Hallelujah. Lord, we love you, we honor you, and we honor your presence in Jesus' name. Amen. You can be seated. Isn't this awesome? How many of you enjoyed the worship by Thrive? Can we just put our hands together for them? I just want to say here right at the beginning how thankful I am for Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. It's absolutely amazing the amount of real world impact that they've been able to make in this nation in such a short amount of time. You know, whenever I see one of those videos pop up on social media where Charlie's debating these students on college campuses with so much clarity and so much conviction, even though sometimes the truths are very difficult to accept, I'm just behind my screen cheering him on and saying, come on, Charlie, get him. And, you know, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that the last election that we had would not have turned out the way that it did if it had not been for Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. So can we put our hands together for them? We love you guys and we honor you. And you know, I think Charlie would be the first one to amen what I'm about to say right now, which is that the change that America needs is not primarily a political one. Politics is very important, and we need to be involved in politics as believers, but at the end of the day, the change that America needs is a spiritual transformation. It is a transformation of the heart. And only Jesus Christ has the power to change the human heart. You heard us singing about it earlier today. Jesus is the answer. And that's why I'm here right now. You guys didn't go to church this morning, so church came to you. All right? Because you know, we are in a very interesting cultural moment in this nation. I'm not very old, but in my lifetime, I've never seen a time like this where it's actually cool to be a Christian. It's cool to be conservative again. You know, through most of my life, it was like the Christians were looked down on. They were kind of outcasts, and Christianity was opposed by the culture, which was very anti-Christ. Some of us have been doing this before it was cool. Anybody out there agree with me? And yet, you might wonder, what is the reason for this? Why is it happening the way it's happening? And I'm not exactly sure. I have some theories. I think for one thing, maybe we've just grown so tired of having such unbelievable garbage shoved down our throats for so long. And people are beginning to wake up and see where this godless, nihilistic, immoral, relativistic, woke insanity ultimately leads. And they begin asking questions, and they begin wondering about the things that society has told them were true. And then you have guys like Joe Rogan with the biggest podcast in the world, interviewing theologians like Wes Huff and Dr. Stephen Meyer, who is a scientist and an outspoken believer. And you have guys like Russell Brand, who was here last night, openly professing faith in Christ. And you have millions of people watching as Jordan Peterson weeps, talking about Jesus Christ and the importance of the resurrection. And you have guys like Charlie Kirk pushing back against the rising tide of moral insanity and openly professing himself to be a Christian. And suddenly, all of the voices that make sense, all the people that have something to contribute to the conversation, they're all Christians. And let's be honest, it's cool to believe in God now. It's cool to be a conservative. It's cool to have respect for Jesus and for the Bible, and it's even cool to identify as a Christian, but there's a dark side to this, because sometimes when things become cool, what happens is they're in danger of losing the true essence of what they are. And here's the reality, that there is a whole generation that loves the idea of Christ, but they don't know what it means to truly follow Jesus Christ. Jesus said, if any man desires to come after me, let him deny himself, take up his cross and follow me. That's not like and subscribe. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about a life laid down in surrender. You know, the most popular scripture verse in America is John 3:16. How many of you know that verse? Remember, that's the one that Tim Tebow had painted under his eyes back in the day, and there was one national championship where I think 90 million people Googled John 3:16. If you know it, let's quote it together. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Amen. But here's the question. what does it actually mean to believe? Because in a Western context, for us, believe means that you affirm something as true. It's a cerebral exercise. It means you're giving mental assent to some statement of truth. But when the Bible says that whosoever believes on him shall not perish but have eternal life, that's not what it's talking about. It's not just talking about giving mental assent to certain statements of doctrine. It's talking about a surrendered life, one that is completely put into the hands of Christ. It's talking about dying to yourself and trusting him alone for salvation. Let me give you a picture. I don't know how many of you are from Florida, but last year we had a hurricane called Milton. And as Milton was bearing down on the state of Florida, there was a sailor about 20 miles off of Johns Pass. He saw the storm coming on the radar, and for some reason he thought the wisest thing to do would be to just wade out in the ocean and let the storm pass. He quickly realized that was a terrible idea when his boat was being battered by 90-mile-an-hour winds and 20 to 25-foot seas. He called in a mayday to the Coast Guard right before his boat was hit by a massive wave that capsized it. And while he was waiting there in the ocean, wave after wave hit that boat until it was reduced to just a bunch of pieces of floating garbage. And that man grabbed onto a piece of driftwood for dear life, waiting for the Coast Guard to arrive. But it took the Coast Guard almost 2 days to find him. And when they finally found him, he was literally on death's doorstep. He had been blistered by the sun. He was severely dehydrated. His skin looked like red as a lobster. His eyes were almost swollen shut. His lips were cracked and bleeding. Sharks were circling him. And the Coast Guard pulled up and they threw a lifeline over the edge for him to reach. And you would think that a man who had been out in the ocean for 48 hours would be thrilled to see a lifeline. But for some strange reason, he hesitated. You see, he had become so delirious out there for 48 hours when he saw that lifeline. He didn't know if it was real or if he was having a hallucination. And that piece of driftwood that he had been holding on to, it had become very dear to him. It's the thing that had kept him alive for the last 48 hours. And it was so strange, he seemed hesitant to let it go, even though it was waterlogged and sinking and it could not save him. And ultimately, for that man to be saved, he had to let go of that which could never save him to take hold of the only thing that could. And this is what it means to believe. It means to let go of whatever else it is that you're holding on to. I don't know what you're holding on to, what you're putting your trust in. Maybe it's religion. Maybe it's pride. Maybe it's the confidence that you have in your own good behavior. Whatever you've been trusting in for your salvation, you've got to let it go and take hold of Christ. You've got to let go of your massive intellect. You've got to let go of your skepticism. You've got to let go of your cynicism and reach out for the hand of Jesus, the only thing that has the power to save you. Amen? That's what it means to believe. Now, growing up in Florida, as I did, I've had some interesting experiences myself in the ocean. When I was a teenager, I was in the Panhandle at a place called Perdido Key. I was swimming, I almost drowned. I was miraculously saved. That's a story in itself, but I learned something very important through that experience. The experts say that when a man is drowning, he'll go under the water one time and he'll come up again. And they say that drowning man will go down a second time and he'll come up again. But the experts say if that drowning man goes down for a third time, he will only come up again as a corpse. And I tell you what I sense in my heart, that there are some of you listening to me right now that you have been drowning for a long time. Drowning in a sea of sin, in darkness, in a sea of addictions and compulsions and fears and tears. And God, in his mercy, he allowed you to reach the surface, to catch a breath of air. He gave you a second chance, but many of you squandered that second chance. You hardened your heart. You resisted the conviction of the Holy Spirit, and you went under for a second time. I'm telling you, there's some of you that shouldn't even be here right now. Some of you should have died a long time ago. You should have died in a car accident or a drug overdose. Some of you should have died of cancer or suicide, but God had mercy on you. He allowed you to come up again and to see the light of day. In fact, the very fact that you hear me preaching to you this morning is evidence of the great mercy of God. But here's what I sense in my heart, that if you leave this place today without saying yes to Jesus, without truly surrendering your life to him, there may never be another opportunity for you this side of eternity. And that is why I plead with you as a servant of God, as a preacher of the gospel. Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your heart. Say yes to Jesus. Throw your life in his hand. It will be the best decision you ever make. Can you say amen? Would you just stand with me for a moment this morning? I'm going to just ask for something unusual. Maybe you've never seen anything like this before, but I know there's someone here that needs this. I know there's someone here that is drowning, and they need to be rescued, and they need to turn from darkness to light. And today, a miracle can happen in your life. Jesus can turn everything around in an instant. He can shatter those chains on your soul. He can set you free. Just like the testimonies we heard sang about this morning, Jesus can do the same thing for you, but you've got to say yes. Would you just bow your heads wherever you are right now? Close your eyes. And I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to be honest. Nobody else is looking around in this room, but the eyes of God are on you now. And if what I'm saying is drawing your heart, I want you to understand something. The Bible says that no one can come to the Father unless the Holy Spirit draws them. What you sense in your heart right now is the Holy Spirit drawing you. And if you want to say yes to Jesus, if you would say, Daniel, I want to surrender my life to Jesus. I want to let go of whatever I've been holding on to and take his hand this morning, surrendering my life to him. If that's you, would you just raise your hand wherever you are this morning? Hallelujah. This is amazing. Here's what I want you to do. Those of you that have raised your hand, I'm going to ask you to do something radical right now. I'm going to ask you to get out of your seat wherever you are and just come stand in the front of this room. Make a statement before heaven, make a statement before hell that you have decided to follow Jesus, no turning back. Come on, right now. Just get out of your seat and come. Wherever you are. Come on, this is amazing. Now we're going to do one more thing as these ones are coming. I feel there are some of you just need that extra little push. Okay, this is God's mercy reaching to you again. So I'm going to give you another chance. And here's what we're going to do. In just a moment, when I tell you, I want every person to turn to the one on their right and their left, and I want you to ask them this question: do you need to be down there? And if they say yes, I want you to take them by the hand and bring them and come stand with them. Do it right now. Turn to the one on your right and left. Say, do you need to be down at that altar? And if they say yes, just take their hand and come with them and stand here before the Lord. Come on, let's put our hands together for these ones that are coming. You are so welcome. You are so welcome. Thank you, Jesus. Now here's what's going to happen. My time is almost gone, but we're going to pray a prayer of salvation together. This is a prayer of surrender. This is not just a religious ritual. The Holy Spirit is going to come and take up residence inside of you. You're going to be born again from the inside. Are you ready? So I want you to just lift your hands. And in fact, let's all lift our hands all across this place. And we're all going to pray this prayer in support of those that are praying it for the first time. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Yes. Say, dear Lord Jesus Christ. Come on, shout it out. Dear Lord Jesus Christ. I come to you today. A sinner needing salvation. Jesus Christ, Son of the living God, save me now. I confess with my mouth what I believe in my heart, that Jesus died for me, that he rose from the dead. He is the King of all kings, and he is the Lord of my life. From this moment forward, I belong to Jesus, and Jesus belongs to me. I believe it, I receive it, I confess it, in the name of Jesus. And everybody said, amen, amen, hallelujah. Come on, put your hands together for these ones that have come. And let me be the first ones to say, welcome into the family of God. I love you guys. God bless you.
Sit down, relax. You look so tense. I have to tell you that being a part of SAS, this is my favorite part, because as conservatives, what are we conserving? It was John Adams who said, only a moral and religious people can govern a republic, and you are the core of that republic because you're a moral and religious people, and I want to commend you, so give yourself a hand. I was asked to speak kind of last minute, and I woke up this morning with a joy on my heart. Share with you what is the shortest psalm to memorize, but the hardest one to learn. It was written by King David. It's Psalm 131, and I'll read it to you. Lord, my heart is not haughty, nor my eyes lofty. Neither do I concern myself with matters too profound for me. Surely I've calmed and quieted my soul like a weaned child. O Israel, hope in the Lord, now and forever. This psalm was written by David. They can assume that maybe when God told him he wasn't going to build the temple, but his son Solomon was going to build it. Solomon was born with a silver spoon. He didn't have to labor a day in his life. And David could have complained to God about that. It could have been when Saul was chasing him and threatening to kill him. And he was thinking, Lord, I obeyed you, and I'm being hunted like a wild animal. He had questions for God. And as we've been going through this season at Student Action Summit, and especially as a nation, and watching online as it seems to just be so contentious, as if there's a concern over the splitting of the MAGA coalition, over issues like Israel, as you heard Tucker speak, over issues that we're watching, and we want transparency. As I look around the room, I'm probably 3 times older than most of you. I'm thinking 20's the average age. I'm 60, yes. I know I look like I'm 30, but and I want to share with you something. We're watching with the Epstein issue, and everybody has a solution, and everybody wants transparency, and everybody's upset. And divided, similar to the 1860s when the nation was at war, but in 1857, Jeremiah Lanphier started a revival, a prayer meeting on the 2nd floor of the Dutch Reformed Church in New York, and almost 2 million people came to Christ in 11 months in a nation of about 30 million. The equivalent today would be every church in America having 3 services, standing room only, and there'd still be 7 million Americans looking for a place to go. And then we went into a civil war, but the church was split. And they used theology to divide the church because a nation divided won't stand. And they divided over blacks. And what they said on one end with theology is they said they had the mark of Cain. And they were the descendants of Ham, the son of Noah that was cursed by him. And as Lincoln said in his inaugural address, both sides prayed to the same God expecting different results. And we're watching the same thing happen. You see in Ezekiel 37, it says that Israel first will be a political nation, then a spiritual one. And we're struggling over the political nation. There's problems. We don't like it. And then the church is divided over the spiritual side. The church has replaced Israel. An everlasting covenant doesn't mean everlasting. And I know that it's going to light up, and I don't have a social media, so I could care less. But the issue is this. We're trying to divide the church so we can divide the nation. And then we get to the Epstein thing. Is he an agent of the Mossad, as Tucker says? You know, I don't know. Why hasn't the president done something? I don't know. But I do know this. My heart is not haughty, nor my eyes too lofty, and I don't concern myself with matters too profound for me. I've calmed and quieted my soul like a weaned child. A weaned child. My youngest child was born over 10 pounds. All the others were 9. This kid came out with his own zip code. And I remember I'd work all day and come home, and my wife would get him ready to tank him up on the last feed and put him down for bed. And I'd have to hold him while she was getting the diaper ready and all the night clothes. And and getting ready to nurse him. And he'd be so agitated, he'd want nothing to do with me, and he'd be squirming because he's hungry. The kid was just ravenous, and I'm like, dude, I got nothing for you. And he's rooting, and I'm like, hey, seriously, come on, you can't milk anything with nipples. And I'm like, stay away, boy. And then my wife would take him after everything was ready, and he would just calm down when he'd latch on. And I'd look and I'd think, this is the only time I had with this kid, and all he is agitated. But years would go by, and I'd get up in the morning and do my devotion, and he'd be the first to awaken, and he'd come in and he'd realize I don't disturb Dad, but quietly he'd crawl under my arm and sit in my lap because he knew he wasn't supposed to disturb me, but he just wanted to sit with me. He was a weaned child. He didn't have an agenda. He just wanted to sit with the Father. I want to say this to Christians. You're the soul of America. You see, Christians have a problem. We love to talk to man about man. We talk to man about God, but how often do we talk to God about man? The Bible says, pray for kings and those in authority that we would live quiet and peaceable lives in all godliness and reverence. You see, David humbled himself in the sight of the Lord. I love the admonition that the scripture says, God resists the proud, but gives grace to the humble. You know, I have no idea what the president's dealing with. I don't know what he knows. But I do know this, that the coalition gathered over 80 million people for the first time in a long time of a popular vote for a non-conventional candidate who's done remarkable things, and the border sealed. There won't be 300,000 children trafficked anymore. We want immediate, amen. We want immediate justice. We want the things promised. But there's a lot of things we don't know. He rises and falls before one master, and that's the Lord. As Christians, we have to take the high road and intercede and pray for him. Pray that God gives him wisdom. You see, any donkey can knock down a barn door, but only a carpenter can build one. It's easy to unravel a sweater and to find fault with every administration, because every administration has its issues. But what are you building? It's easy to call balls and strikes as you sit as an armchair quarterback, but you don't know the pressures that people face. You can have your opinion about Charlie and Tucker and Mark Levin and everyone else. But the folks that are in the arena doing the things, that's who we're supposed to be. We're supposed to ask God to give them wisdom and intercede and pray. And do you do that? You spend more time talking to man about man and man about God, or are you going to talk to God about man? Are you going to ask God for wisdom? Are you going to humble yourself in the sight of the Lord like a weaned child? Listen, calm down. I want to tell you at 60, I have something you don't have. And I think it's fitting the way we're arranged this morning. You see, the train of time is going that way. And you're all seated, and I'm seated here, and I'm seated in front of you. And you're young. And in my vantage point and your vantage point, we have a different view. When you look out the window, you see everything passing by quickly, and all you can see are baubles and trinkets that capture your eye and the speed of your life at this young age. Where I'm seated, I see the expanse of what's already happened. I have wisdom. Wisdom is not knowledge. You have knowledge, but wisdom is applying knowledge for the glory of God. What I'm telling you with wisdom is I've been in your shoes before as a young person wanting immediate gratification and satisfaction and justice. But listen, there's already justice. There's no shadow or turning. All things are laid bare before the eyes of God. Either justice on this earth, or in the life to come. All those who have done evil will face that. We may not be able, in a flawed system, in this broken blue marble of a sinful world, to be able to hold people to account, but ultimately God will. In the meantime, quit unraveling the sweater and start building something. This is God's calling. You are a moral and religious people. Learn the Decalogue and the 10 Commandments and apply the moral law to civil law. We're going to call America to a moral position, as we're going to call Israel to the same. We have a covenant before God, and we have to hold them accountable. And we do that primarily by interceding in prayer. And I encourage all of you to do that. That's what God put on my heart for all of you. We're going to be divided, but endeavor to keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. And ask God for wisdom and pray for those in authority and build something in the meantime. Don't be a jackass that knocks down barn doors. In Jesus' name, amen. God bless you guys.
Maybe I should stop and start confessing. Oh, I've been shaking. I love it when you go crazy. You take all my inhibitions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation, manipulate my decisions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. There's nothing holding me back. There's nothing holding me back. She says that she's never afraid. Just picture everybody naked. She really doesn't like to wait. Not really into hesitation. Pulls me in enough to keep me guessing. And maybe I should stop and start confessing. Oh, I've been shaking. I love it when you go crazy. You take all my inhibitions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation, manipulate my decisions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. There's nothing holding me back. 'Cause if we lost our minds and we took it way too far, I know we'd be alright. I know we would be alright if you were by my side and we stumbled in the dark. I know we'd be alright. I know we would be alright. 'Cause if we lost our minds and we took it way too far, I know we'd be alright.
Wokeness on our colleges and universities is not meant to teach students anything meaningful. It's meant to indoctrinate young adults to hate a system that provided them with the very opportunity to attend the college in the first place.
Regardless of how you feel about the internal domestic politics, you should always want the United States to convey strength.
Wokeness is a deeper strategy behind the left's fight for control. We need to band together to crush wokeism.
All right. Good morning. My name is Joe Bob, and I host an evening show on Real America's Voice called Turning Point Tonight. Now, I have a very limited amount of time, so I want to take that time to point out something that I believe is an undercover conservative win amidst a leftist work of art. About a year ago, there was an album released called Brat by an artist named Charlie XCX. Now, for the most part, this was your standard pop album of the summer. But it was cast into the political arena when a highly annoying DEI presidential candidate by the name of Kamala Harris tried to take advantage of the album's popularity to bolster her own political standing. Now, in an effort to ride the coattails of pop culture, Kamala inserted herself into the folklore of the summer pop album, and, aided by the artist Charlie XCX, a new slogan was born. You may remember this: Kamala is Brat. Now, yeah, we all rolled our eyes at yet another lib trying to use the entertainment industry to feel cool and relevant. But there was something in that album that I felt needed to be discussed and drawn attention towards. Given that a presidential candidate was fusing herself and her slogan with a music album. I, as a guy who really appreciates the arts, figured I probably should listen to that whole album. So I did, and I'll tell you, 14 out of the 15 songs were exactly what you would expect. Harsh, deep bass, club pseudo music with lyrics glorifying degenerate behavior. Unfortunately, that's kind of par for the course in the modern pop culture. Every song was effectively about trashy nightlife degeneracy, except one song, where she accidentally told the truth. The second to last song on the album, was called I Think About It All the Time. Now, I can't play you the song because of copyright reasons, so I'll read you some of the lyrics instead. The chorus of this one song was written and sung by a 31-year-old female pop star whose usual music almost always glorifies a depraved lifestyle. But it says this: I think about it all the time, that I might run out of time, but I finally met my baby and a baby might be mine. Would it give my life a new purpose? In case it's not abundantly obvious, this is a hyper-focused, career-driven pop star who wrote a song about the fear of missing out on being a mother. The last verse, she makes it even more clear. She says, I'm so scared I'm missing out on something. So we had a conversation on the way home. Should I stop my birth control? Because my career feels so small in the existential scheme of it all. The fact that this song exists on an album that is otherwise entirely depleted of moral virtue, I believe is a massive conservative win. Because despite the incessant praise for moral relativity, despite the joining of forces of a pop culture icon and a political figure whose top issue was to be able to murder babies in the womb, despite the unending demand for society to accept debaucherous lifestyles and pretend that it's normal, despite popular culture and a political leftist movement that hates parenthood and further responsibility, still, this song exists. I don't believe that is insignificant. At the end of the day, I believe it helps prove that no amount of forced tolerance can remove our most basic instincts and our most fundamental purpose. The left can fight all they want, but there is no escaping the higher aspirations of human nature and God's design. Conservatism is about seeking to understand the truth of human nature and God's design, and ultimately facilitating the pathways to God's highest callings. And this pull is so undeniable. Try as they might, even the most powerful and influential voices on the left cannot deny it. At the end of the day, there is no avoiding reality, and therefore, those of us who accept reality and honor God's providence will win the day, yes? Guys, thank you so much. God bless America. Have a great one. Thank you. Cool.
Praise be to God. It's great to be here this morning with all of you. God has sure blessed us to live in the greatest country in the world. I'll tell you, it's easy to get depressed sometimes when we see the ridiculous, nonsensical stuff the left is doing. But it's important to remind ourselves that in the grand scheme of things, the Lord already fought the ultimate fight and won for us. The pains of this world pale in comparison. It is for us to seek virtue and truth and do the best we can to pursue His kingdom. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm about 6 months on the job as Florida's new Attorney General. I started my career up in D.C. As a lawyer in private practice, suing the Obama administration. I was privileged to serve as counsel to then candidate Donald Trump in his first campaign, and ultimately served in his administration. And after fighting for American values and businesses and restoring sanity in our country for a couple of years, I returned home to Florida to ultimately become general counsel and chief of staff to Governor DeSantis. And I'll tell you, the timing could not have been more ideal. I was able to help spearhead many of the most important fights to keep our state open, our businesses open, and sanity in our state during the hysteria of COVID. And thanks to those fights, we've now rebranded this state as the free state of Florida. So when I took the oath of office, I told my team, the principle that I want to guide us is to do what is right and just for the Lord and let Him take care of the rest. We've gotten to work, we've been busy, and we have been fighting the good fight. On our first day, we filed a lawsuit against a little company you may have heard of called Target. Target, as many of you may recall, rolled out a transgender kids' clothing line featuring tuckable bottoms and bras for boys. Sick stuff. And while businesses do have some First Amendment rights, if you're a publicly traded company, you have a duty to your shareholders. And in Florida, we invest in many stocks for the retirement fund of our teachers and our law enforcement, and we lost our shirt when Target rolled out this line. The company lost $10 billion in value over 10 days, and shareholders suffered. So we'll keep fighting that fight. We've got a great judge, and I have a feeling we are going to make them pay. And any other company out there that wants to get away from the business of just doing business and shove radical leftist ideology down our throats at the expense of shareholders, we will be coming for them too. Our second day on the job, we began filing briefs in the Supreme Court and across the state to defend President Trump's ability to fire bureaucrats in the administrative state. It's always frustrated me. I'm a legal professor in my nighttime job, and one of the things that's frustrated me is the lineage of cases over time where the Supreme Court has put limits on the president's ability to fire executive branch officials, despite the Constitution saying the executive power shall lie in the president. Not some of the power, not a little bit of the power, the power. And no boss can be successful if you cannot fire lazy staff that don't want to do a job or that do not align with your mission. So thankfully, the court seems to be reevaluating its interpretations. And I'll tell you what, it has been so fun to watch these bureaucrats cry on the streets of DC when they're shown the door with their brown boxes. Speaking of crying, AOC and the Communist Caucus, they want to cry at every ICE facility. They want to cry and mourn the traffickers and the rapists and the horrific individuals that are victimizing so many American families. Let them cry. But I tell you what, you know where they can't cry? Alligator Alcatraz. That's right. They can't cry there because they can't get there. I was impressed when I saw President Trump talk about reopening the original Alcatraz. We got dangerous people in this country. We need to lock them up, and no better place than an island where it's impossible to escape. Well, I saw that maybe it wouldn't be possible to reopen it, but I said to myself, we've got a great piece of land in Florida. An old abandoned runway from the 70s and 80s, 30 square miles, the largest 11,000-foot runway in the state, great for big deportation planes, completely surrounded by the Everglades. So if the gators don't get them and the pythons don't get them, the mosquitoes just might. It's been a privilege to work with ICE and Homeland Security. Secretary Noem had the great observation that the Biden administration was spending hundreds of millions of dollars on fancy New York hotels for immigrants. So we've just repurposed that money to Alligator Alcatraz and some other sites that'll be revealed soon. We're going to get them out right away. You know, they're trying to dox ICE agents and reveal their personal information about their families and where they live. This is sick. In Florida, we're not going to tolerate it. Our state police, we're providing security protection and personal detail. If ICE agents are doxed in this way, we're going to make sure we protect their families while they're protecting ours. And we've told our law enforcement, if people throw rocks at you, if they obstruct traffic, use as much force as you can. We are going to be rule of law. So again, you see the left freaking out, coming to the defense of these dangerous, dangerous people, crying outside of these facilities, attacking ICE agents. And the reality is this. They are realizing and panicking because they now know the jig is up. They know it. A major way they wanted to change the composition of this country and hijack it forever was to open up the border, let everybody in, count them in the census to create uneven equal electoral power for leftist states, try to figure out how to give them the right to vote where they can, give them access to education and health care, and drain our taxpayer dollars, and ultimately change the political landscape of this country. But thanks be to God, a year ago, God spared the life of President Trump. And he delivered him here today to restore American sovereignty, to protect rule of law, and to ensure that American families can again raise their kids in the greatest country in the land. And I'll tell you what, it feels kind of weird to say this amidst all the pastors, but I'm going to use every breath I have to kick the left's teeth in with every single day that I've got. Because that is what we're dealing with. This is a meaningful time in history. I do believe spiritual warfare is alive now more than ever. It is a fight between right and wrong, good and evil, and we are on the right. And so I'll close by saying this. We need more officials, more public servants that are in it for the right reasons. Too many officials, they want to do the job for the job. They're addicted to it. It's their everything. It is their purpose. And they don't want to let it go. It's why you have so many people up having seizures behind podiums in DC. It's why they'll compromise and do anything to stay in their office. That is why we have a cancer in our political institutions. I tell my team, I just want to get to the back porch. I got 3 little kids, a 5, 3, and a 1-year-old, and I'm just trying to get home at the end of the day so I can get to the back porch and be with them. I'm driven by faith, I'm driven by my family, and if by doing what's right and just is going to kick me out of office, then I'll just retire at the beach a little bit earlier. So I'm calling on you in this room. We need more leaders that will pursue virtue, that will pursue truth, that will use public office, that will serve to pursue the kingdom of God. And in doing that, I have found this to be the most fulfilling job I think I will ever have. Just a few weeks ago, we concluded a 2-week bust. We had some leads and found out some kids were being trafficked. We continued to investigate and followed the bread trail further and further, finding a larger and larger network. I didn't even realize until the final day of the bust that we had rescued a US record 40 kids in one single sting. And many of these kids have been through hell and back. What has happened to them is so gruesome, and we now have to find ways to be there for them and help them recover. But I was taken aback by one young girl, a teenager. She was pregnant with the baby of an assailant. But when she was rescued, she finally got to go hear the ultrasound for the first time. And she heard the heartbeat. Many of you haven't had that experience yet when you hear a baby's heartbeat, your child, but for the parents in here, you never forget that feeling. But this young girl, a girl that had to grow up way too fast, a young girl that, completely had her life upended, she heard this heartbeat and she said, this baby was the one thing that kept me going, the one thing that kept me fighting to live. It gave me purpose, somebody that I could provide for and take care of. So I'll make you a promise, as long as the people of Florida will have me, I'm going to lock up as many of these sick child predators as I can. We're going to put bad guys away for a long time. If you want somebody that's soft on crime, do not vote for me next year. I am not that guy. I will love them, I will pray for them, but my duty is to American families and our kids. So do what's right and just for the Lord. Let him take care of the rest. And I look forward to working with many of you as we pursue the kingdom of God. Thank you.
We spread our people across the state evenly and very specifically to areas that needed the most assistance. That is what moves votes. That is how you get people to turn out. We well exceeded 200,000 voters, which was above our projections, above what our goals were, pretty significantly. Our process was able to get Donald Trump across the finish line.
We're learning what we need to know to leave here as boots on the ground to scare the left off the planet. Let's win. Don't back down. What's up, guys? What's up, SAS? How we doing? How we doing, everybody? So my name's Tyler Boyer. I'm the COO of Turning Point Action. So thank you to everybody that's been here that worked so diligently with us this last year. We won! I have a message that we wanted to share today, and I'll introduce Brett just here in a second, who runs our field operations for Turning Point Action. But we have a very specific message that we want to share today, and I want to share, would it be all right if I shared some Turning Point lore with you? You want some of that? I'll give you some top secret, nobody knows this stuff, Turning Point lore. So this week, actually, 3 days ago, marks the 10-year anniversary from the first Trump rally ever hosted. 10 years. Can you believe it? And I was blessed to be the original organizer of the first Trump rally. Not a lot of people know this. It was in Phoenix, Arizona, July 11th, 2015. And many of our Turning Point staff that are here with us today helped organize that, of course, in a volunteer capacity, and did the unbelievable, the unthinkable. We hosted thousands of people for what became the first Trump rally ever in 115-degree heat in Arizona. And it was an incredible moment that changed the course of human history forever. Because from there, who here's been to a Trump rally? They didn't exist before that. And ever since then, it's been exactly the same. But you can see deep down what happened. Well, a few days later, CNN asked me to come on and defend Donald Trump, then candidate Donald Trump. And I left Phoenix from hosting and building that first Trump rally where they originally thought we were going to have 200 people and ended up being about 10,000 people signed up. That's the turning point effect, right? And I got on a plane to go to Illinois because Charlie and us at Turning Point USA were hosting the first ever student summit. The first ever one. Nobody here was there because now they're all old. Now they're in their 30s, you know, with children, most of the kids that were there. But we had high schoolers and college kids. We only had about 24 kids there. Can you believe it? 24 kids that were at that event. And so I'm in Illinois and CNN gives us a call and Charlie is like, you gotta do it. You gotta go on and talk about this craziness that's happened this last week. So Charlie and I get in a car at like 4 a.m. and we drive to downtown Chicago and I go on CNN and Chris Cuomo at the time had a show that was on in the morning. And he spent about 15 minutes grilling me about what the heck is up with this whole thing about illegal immigration. Why do people care so much? And it was me fighting with Chris Cuomo and sitting right next to me off camera is Charlie Kirk, who's directing the entire thing, right? With all of that. So now you fast forward 10 years later, and what's the most important topic that we're talking about here today? Illegal immigration. We're organizing now. We have not 24 kids sitting in front of us here. We had 8,000 people here at the Student Action Summit. The reason why I share this with you is because it takes a lot of work to build things. Every single person here is responsible for building in their own community. Our work that we do at Turning Point Action and the work that we've done for so long at Turning Point USA is converting all of that positive energy into productivity. I say pick fun, not fights on the internet. You're gonna have a ton of people who are that hate Donald Trump, that hate MAGA, that hate conservatives, that hate Charlie Kirk, that hate you, that are going to want to use you to try to divide you over the next 3 years. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna do that over the next year because they don't want us to win anymore when we head into 2026. And guys, I'm gonna tell you right now, we are winning in 2026. But we need every single person here. So at Turning Point Action, I've got one message and I'm gonna hand off to Brett real quickly here. We need you to come work for us in Arizona. We had Andy Biggs speak yesterday. You think Ron DeSantis is a good governor? We're gonna replicate that in Arizona in a swing state and do the exact same thing. But we need your help. We need you to sign up. We've got flyers that are out there. Sign up for a job. Don't go directly into college. You've heard Charlie, college sucks. They're terrible. Come take half a year, sign up with us, work for us, learn how to become a supreme activist, and then go out and save the country with us. Don't listen to the people who want to divide you. If the left is saying it, it's because they hate you and they want to split you up. They want you and your best friend to never talk to each other again. They want you to argue on the internet instead of going out and knocking doors and talking to the people that are in your class or at your church or at school. You've got to do the work to save the country. And I know you can, and you can do it. So come work for us in Arizona. We need you. And I'm gonna hand it off to Brett Galashevsky.
Thanks, Tyler. How's it going, guys? Man, you guys are the true warriors here. Who's had an awesome time this weekend? Show of hands, who's at your first Turning Point event ever? That is awesome.
Wow.
Awesome, awesome.
Congrats, guys. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome, welcome. Okay, so You guys are the leaders on your college campus. Show of hands, who has successfully flipped a liberal student on their campus or in their high school hallways from a liberal to a conservative? Show of hands. That's like half the room here. You guys are the conservative leaders, the conservative voices on your college campuses and in your high school hallways, and I applaud you guys for that. At Turning Point Action, we want to help you all take that leap from being the conservative voices on your college campuses to the conservative voices in your communities where it matters most. Despite what the national media says about Gen Z, you have proved them wrong. We are the most conservative generation of the last 100 years. We are the generation that loves America. We are the generation that loves Donald Trump. We are the generation that wants to save our country. So here's our ask of you at Turning Point Action. Don't let that passion that you have in your hearts right now on a Sunday morning on day 3 of the Student Action Summit go away. There's a call to action here. Okay, what good is attending a conference like this if there's no action to back it up? So I want you guys to pull out your phones right now. Many of you didn't think that this was going to be an interactive presentation, but pull out your phones right now and show me your phones. Even those in the far way back, I see you up there. Show me your phones. Okay, so we have a cool thing at Turning Point Action called the Gen Z Coalition. Our coalitions. In addition to our Moms Coalition, our MAGA Coalition, we're our Make America Healthy Again folks out there. We own coalitions.com. You may have not known that. We own coalitions.com. So I want you guys, you have your phones in your hands. Go on coalitions.com right now. Not when you get home, right now. And sign up to join our Gen Z Coalition. This is where our generation, the new make or break voting bloc that got President Trump across the finish line, continues the momentum that we have, continues to rack up wins like Andy Biggs, Tyler had mentioned in Arizona, and many other critical races in 2026. And then we continue to have the White House in 2028. It's an all hands on deck approach that we need out of each and every one of you in this room. Are you guys game? Are you guys down?
So this is it, guys. Come work for us. If you can do it, we'll take you. We'll give you a job, put you in Arizona this next year after you graduate high school. Take a little break from college. Come do it next summer if you only got the summer next summer. We want you in Arizona to come work for us. We will give you a job. We will put you to work. Number 2, we have other jobs across the country as well. Brett oversees jobs in 10 different key target states. So in a swing state, we've got jobs, tpaction.com. We're going to put you on that. Stop by our booth and get on that. But like Brett said, download the Turning Point Action app. Get involved in your neighborhood. Talk to the people next to you. We're not talking about registering and converting 1,000 people. Convert your street. Convert the guy sitting next to you in class. Girls, guys will do anything you tell them to do. The smart conservative girls that are here, you have more influence than every boy that's in here times 10. You've got to influence the boys for good. You have to influence the boys for good. Young men, you've got to stand up and act like responsible young men. We've got a vanguard to protect for the next 10 years. The left is freaking out right now because they cannot figure out what's going on. And it's because of every single person that's in here. So give yourself a round of applause. Woo! God bless every single one of you. Come get involved, Turning Point Action. We need you. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Don't stop. Good morning. I'm Andre Bauer, former Lieutenant Governor of South Carolina. Thank you. Thank you very much. I actually had the honor of serving in all my 30s as the Lieutenant Governor of South Carolina, youngest in the country at that time. Ain't it great to live in a golden age of the greatest country on earth? Now, if I'm being honest, there's one little thing I'm actually embarrassed about. And it's that in the same time we have the greatest president in the history of our country, my little old South Carolina, one of the most conservative states in the Union, has an amnesty-pushing, liberal-loving, big-spending, Ukraine-prioritizing, Clinton-supporting, globalist U.S. Senator in Lindsey Graham. I feel the same way. And that's why I'm running against him. Now, we absolutely know he's not America first. President Trump knows that. He called him a rhino, he called him a progressive, and he was right. I'm the exact opposite. I'm a real America first conservative, guaranteed. In February of 2016, I endorsed Donald Trump as one of the first conservative leaders in America because I wanted a change. I wanted a truth agent. I wanted someone who didn't just learn talking points. I wanted someone that was a fighter. Two years ago, when Donald Trump launched his comeback campaign, amid unprecedented lawfare, phony indictments, I stood with Donald Trump again. I was on stage when he announced for president again, and I was very, very proud. Because I knew again, he was the only one that had the strength and courage to keep his promises, to secure the border, to deport millions of illegals let in by the Biden-Harris regime. He was the only one that would cut taxes for workers and families and stop the forever wars pushed by the globalist cabal in America and in Washington, D.C. I truly believe the America First movement is the future of the Republican Party. And I believe I'm looking at the future of the Republican Party. But that cabal in Washington, they're not going away. If we want to preserve what President Trump has created for decades, we got to get these snakes out of the Senate. And you know the vipers I'm talking about. I'm talking about the politicians that promise us they're going to Washington and represent the will of the people. When they get there, they absolutely turn their back on the very people that got them elected. They stab us in the back. They go along with the swamp. They get cozy with the Democrats. And they send billions of dollars to Ukraine and other foreign countries. They support the USAID gravy train. They protect the status quo. They break their promises. Jeff Flake and Mitt Romney, they may be gone from the Senate, but their fellow vipers, they're still there. Mitch McConnell and Tom Tillis, thank God, they've decided to retire. And John Cornyn, he's going to lose his primary or retire as well. But we need to cut the head off the biggest snake, the biggest two-faced viper of them all, and that's liberal Lindsey Graham. We want him to join the McConnell retirement party. Show of hands, how many of you in here are 30 or under? Wow. Now get this, Lindsey Graham's been in Congress longer than you've been alive. 1994, The Lion King, absolutely. The Lion King and Pulp Fiction were in theaters, and O.J. made that white Bronco famous. Now he promised 12 years. He's 19 years past his expiration date. And how does he spend his time in Washington? Voting with Democrats, of course. He voted to put Obama nominees Sotomayor and Kagan on the Supreme Court. He voted for Kerry and Clinton for secretaries of states. Remember that fist bump he gave Kamala right after the 2020 election on the floor of the United States Senate? In 2022, he voted with Joe Biden, get this, 70% of the time. The same Joe Biden that he defended as not corrupt. The same Joe Biden he called as good a man as God ever created. The same Joe Biden that we all know was in mental decline, but Lindsey Graham never said a word until after the cover-up was exposed for the world to see. And get this, Lindsey Graham, he said he likes Nancy Pelosi. Can you imagine? Now think about this. Nancy Pelosi's supporters, they talk about her power and how she yields that power, or wields that power, but what nobody ever says is how much they love Nancy Pelosi. Heck, I don't even think her husband says that. Only Lindsey says it, and they love him right back. And why wouldn't they? He's right up there with Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski when it comes to senators that vote most often against their party. Nowhere has it been more on display than when it comes to immigration. Liberal Lindsey fought tooth and nail, not for South Carolina, not for America First, to give a path to citizenship. He's fought so hard that they've named it Gramnesty. Every bipartisan gang there's been up there, the gang of 8, the gang of 6, the gang of 10, he's been in every gang out there. Shoot, we ought to check his knuckles for tattoos. And when he's not pushing amnesty, he's pushing globalist foreign policy and more military intervention. Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Iran, there's not a foreign country he doesn't want to risk American lives. I haven't found one, not one. I couldn't believe just a few weeks ago I turned on the TV and he said, our military men and women would be happy for regime change in Iran. He wants to put boots on the ground. What a disgusting thing to say. Can you imagine? The forever wars to foreign aid he's been a cheerleader for. They haven't just cost us American lives, they've contributed to the national debt. When Lindsey came into Congress, the national debt was $5 trillion or just under. Now it's over $36 trillion. So we're getting $1 trillion a year for every year he's been in office. But that didn't stop him from supporting USAID where he was on the board, the agency that President Trump said we had to cut because the radical left was running it and it was engaged in tremendous waste and fraud. So liberal Lindsey, he's real good at pretending to be somebody he's not. He does it about every 6 years when he's up for re-election. I'm a real America First conservative, guaranteed. I've never wavered in my support for President Trump, unlike Lindsey, who threatened to invoke the 25th Amendment on the floor of the Senate. He even said, I'm done with Trump. He wanted to end the president's term early, invoking that 25th Amendment. He wanted to get the book thrown at him and have him gone as our president. He even said he hoped January 6 prisoners, even if they only just spread flowers on the Capitol floor, should get the book thrown at him. Can you imagine? He wanted them to be sent to jail. He even said if he had a gun, he'd have put a bullet in their head. He joined the left in their lawfare. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of South Carolina deserve a senator who shares conservative values, who truly is an ally of President Trump. Liberal Lindsey gets applauded in Ukraine, but he gets booed in Pickens, South Carolina, where he was born. It's time to deport him from the United States Senate. It's time that he joins McConnell's retirement party. I would ask you to please join our team. Go to andrebauer.com. And lastly, I want to thank Turning Point. They're changing lives. They're changing the fabric of this country. You're here for a reason, because you're leaders in your respective areas. Charlie Kirk, thank you for giving me this time. We can together make a substantial difference that makes our country better and supports our president. God bless. Thank y'all so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Afraid. We need to become uncancelable.
Free speech is not only is it the First Amendment, but it is a human right.
Here it says you have freedom to say whatever you want.
That protects free speech and the expression of one's opinion.
You can't tell me what to say or think.
When does your freedom of speech infringe on my right? Well, the answer is never.
You're allowed to have opinions that run contrary to the view of your government.
Let's make America healthy and hot again! Thank you so much for coming to Turning Point USA Student Action Summit. My name is Alex Clark. I have a little podcast, you may have heard of it, Culture Apothecary. And this is really exciting because this panel is going to showcase not only one of the most important conversations happening at SAS, I believe, but also America right now. We're talking about how American health and American food has been compromised, politicized, and how you are paying the price. I've got three really bold thinkers and friends of mine here with me from the MAGA movement to really shake up what you think, on everything from vaccine safety to food integrity and how Gen Z in particular can stop being the next sick generation. Now, we will be taking live questions from the Rumble live stream chat after our conversation. So if you want to ask us a question, head to TPUSA's Rumble channel right now and leave those questions. So we're going to dive in. Little speaker introduction. We have Dr. Joel Gator-Warsh. He is a board-certified integrative pediatrician in LA and the author of Between a Shot and a Hard Place. He's a leading voice calling for more transparency, better research, and informed consent in pediatric vaccine policy. You'll never miss his tinfoil hat. A.J. Richards comes from 5 generations of ranchers. He is currently homesteading in Wyoming, and he's here to explain why not knowing where your meat comes from is actually a matter of life or death, and how America's dependency on foreign imports of our meat, the financial burden on our ag workers, and the corruption for those in control are setting us up for a full collapse of our food system. We have Grace Price. She is a 19-year-old MAGA activist. Grace is also an investigative reporter. She has exposed corruption in public health institutions and fights against the normalization of ultra-processed food. And her goal is to give Gen Z the tools to take their health back. She is the founder of MAGA Girls, a Gen Z-powered movement that is redefining what it means to be healthy in the 21st century. Dr. Warsh, are American students being primed for chronic illness, and what can they do about it?
Yes, I believe they are. I mean, I think the first thing that we have to do is talk about what's going on. We have a chronic disease epidemic. About 50% of kids, teens, and young adults have a chronic disease right now, and that is not okay. It never used to be like that. Just a few decades ago, it was like 5% or 10%. We have skyrocketing rates of obesity, skyrocketing rates of diabetes. 1 in 3 have diabetes or pre-diabetes. We have cancer rates that are skyrocketing, autoimmune conditions that are skyrocketing. Autism, the rate is now 1 in 31. It used to be 1 in 10,000 just a few years ago. In California, where I am, it's 1 in 12.5 boys. That's insane. How did we get here? That cannot be okay. So yes, it's happening, and I think the first thing that we have to do is acknowledge that it is happening. We hear this BS media narrative that it's just better diagnosis. Oh, it's just our genetics, which is so untrue. Yeah, we're a little better at diagnosing things, but if you look around in California, there aren't 1 in 12.5 adult males with autism. We have to acknowledge that, we have to discuss it, and we have to talk about it at events like this, which I think is such a great step. We're at a conference where we have all these amazing students, and we're talking about politics and other things, but for the first time ever, we're talking about health. And I would have never imagined as a doctor, even just 2 years ago, sitting up here, talking to you about chronic disease, talking about vaccines on a stage and not getting censored. I mean, that is so amazing. And we need people like you. You were doing shows like Politics, right? And now it's Culture Apothecary. You're talking about health. You've transitioned and you've made that an important fact for the future. And look at all these people that are here to talk about health. That is what we need to do next. And we need to identify the fact that our health does not come from a pill bottle or a syringe. It comes, thank you. It comes from the things that you put on your plate. It comes from going out in nature. It comes from love and time with our family, from the sun. That's where health comes from. I'm not against modern medicine. Pills can save your life, but that's not what's going to get you healthy. And we need some humility in medicine so that way we can understand that it's not just about pills. I mean, I'm sitting up here with a farmer. And we need to have humility to say, look, this guy knows so much more than any healthcare practitioner's ever gonna know about keeping you guys healthy. And until we do that, then we're gonna continue to see this epidemic. So I'm so honored to be up here with you because influencers are taking the place of doctors right now. And that's good, we earned it, right? We earned that by lying, and we earned it by continuing to spread propaganda as opposed to talking about real health.
But kudos to having real doctors that are brave and courageous to speak up like Dr. Warsh. Grace, you've called out food organizations like the American Heart Association for promoting junk science. What do you think Gen Z doesn't realize about institutional health advice?
What Gen Z doesn't realize is that since the day we were born, we have been sold out on our health. The biggest food corporations have had a strong hold on us, from the baby formula we were fed that had seed oils in it, to when we were playing soccer games for elementary school and they were giving us ultra-processed foods, or Gatorade, which is spiking our glucose even then. And here's the thing, guys. I testified for a bill in Texas that was promoting the removal of soda and candy from the food stamp program, which has nutrition in the name. We should not be subsidizing some sugary drinks for a nutrition program. But guess who showed up to oppose the bill? the American Heart Association, who's supposed to be promoting our heart health. What are they doing there? And they said that the bill was going to hurt our health and low-income families' health, when in reality, they're just continuously taking advantage of us. The CEO of the American Heart Association was compensated $4 million in 2023, and they also have General Mills on their forum member board. Are you kidding me? Guys, we have to wake up to this, because there's a lot of talk here about advocating for your values, but if we can't advocate for our health, Gen Z, we are going to be the sickest generation yet. So we have to start now.
AJ, you've said that America's food system is on the brink and that America's national security is on the brink of collapse because of it. What does our food system have to do with national security?
The favorite tool of communists is famine. And we've just heard in the last couple of weeks, Pete Hegseth team up with Secretary Rollins and declare that our food system is a national security issue. Now, here's what many people don't know. We have around 30 slaughterhouses that process 80% of the beef that we consume as a nation. Our food system has been decimated over the last few decades. We have 87 million head of beef cattle left in America. Now, consider there are 340 million people in our country, and it takes one full beef to feed a family of 4. We're in trouble. And right now, there's the advancement of the New World screwworm making its way from South America to America. The New World screwworm is an extreme, it will become an extreme problem for the remainder of our herd because the screwworm will lay larvae and it eats living flesh. There are currently 23 people in Mexico affected by this fly because it's not just livestock. And if that comes across our southern border, and we get that into our beef herds now when we are already at such a low number, we will be in trouble. And all of our local producers, everywhere you live throughout the country, if you go meet them at a farmer's market or online and you go ask them what their main concerns are, they're going to tell you, we do not have enough supply to feed Americans. We are wholly dependent on foreign food to feed our nation right now. And unless our USDA start prioritizing small family farms to take us from the 1.8 million we have remaining back into the multiple millions to feed Americans, we're not going to be healthier and we're going to be much worse off.
Grace, what is one of the really insidious, sneaky ways that pharma is working to set Gen Z up as patients for life?
Well, I think one of the worst ways is by completely over-medicating us. We're depressed and hopeless, so we're given an SSRI and basically living numb instead of told to go outside in the sun and read the Bible. We are given Accutane 3 times. Guys, how many times have you heard stories of Accutane failing? Like, when does it ever work? And then no one talks to you about all of the sugar you're having. We have on average 77 grams of added sugar per day. That's not just natural sugar. What's the deal with that? Why do our doctors not ask us about that? And the reason why is because no one actually is really trying to put our health first. They're okay with us being sick, with us being depressed, infertile. We have prediabetes at 30% now in our generation. 1 in 5 of us is obese. Close to 18% of us has non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Don't tell them that it's actually connected to fructose. And so then we have all of these things, and what are we gonna do about it? And it's up to y'all. That's why I'm so excited that I'm here today, Alex, speaking to you guys, because we are seriously walking around as zombies right now, and we're told that it's normal. It's not normal to gain 15 pounds just because you're a freshman in college. That's not normal, guys. You know what is normal? Going to the gym and feeling healthy and happy and hanging out with your friends, because life is a blessing, but we're not treating it like that. We doom scroll all day, but guess what? We've been doom eating. We're not actively choosing what we put in our mouth. We go and eat French fries as if it's just like no big deal, and then we're like, I wonder why I feel like crap the rest of the day. Guys, we know why. We just have to start making a change now.
Grace. Tell everyone everyone in here the truth about French fries?
Guys, there was a study done in Britain. It blew my mind. They measured the amount of a toxin within French fries that is also found in cigarettes. And they found that one large thing of French fries, on average, from your fast food restaurant in the UK, was the equivalent amount of toxins as 25 cigarettes. One thing of French fries, and you know why? It's because they replaced saturated fat from good animal-based proteins with these seed oils that are actually terrible for us, guys. They're easily oxidated, they create inflammation within our body, and then wreck our cells, and they even get in the phosphodilator. It's all this kind of stuff, but it's terrible.
F seed oils. Dr. Warsh, you say that parents deserve true informed consent around vaccines, but the dominant narrative is that vaccines on the childhood schedule are safe and effective. So what is missing from that conversation?
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I don't ever need to hear the phrase safe and effective ever again. Anytime anybody says that, I just tune out. I don't need to hear the science has been debunked or the science is settled. All of that is propaganda. We don't need slogans in modern medicine. We need actual research, actual data, conversations, debates, and nuance. That's what we're missing from the discussion. It's not about safe and effective. It's about what are the risks versus what are the benefits, getting that research, getting that science, and that is what Secretary Kennedy has been talking about, and a lot of the MAGA movement has really been behind, is getting that gold standard research so that way we can get that information out to our patients and families and get that information out to the world so that people can make decisions that are right for them. You shouldn't be forced to put anything into your body. It doesn't matter whether it's a pill or an injection. It doesn't make any difference. We shouldn't be forced to do it. You should be able to decide what's right for you and your family. And the only way that we're going to do that is by having discussions, having debates, getting that research, and understanding that science is never settled. I don't know where that came from. It's ridiculous. And we need to keep getting that information so that way we can move forward and have better information for the future so that all of you can make decisions and be healthy. Like Grace said, you're not supposed to be sick, right? That is ridiculous. You're not supposed to have a chronic condition. It wasn't that way just a few years ago, and yet we're sitting here like it's normal. It's not normal, and it's up to you guys to keep pushing your doctors, to keep pushing the media, keep pushing back on social media to say this is not normal. We don't want this for our future. We want to be healthy. We deserve to be healthy. Everyone deserves fresh, healthy food and not to be forced any sort of medication for the rest of their life. That's what we deserve.
What was that? Prosecute Fauci. What do you think, Dr. Warsh?
I'm not a lawyer, so I won't be prosecuting anybody, but I think we should look into what happened during the pandemic. I think it was an absolute travesty, and that is why nobody trusts medicine anymore. The trust in modern medicine is gone. It was above 70% before the pandemic. Now in huge studies, it's under 40%. People don't trust doctors anymore. We've lost the trust of the public, and that's because people weren't honest. They said things like safe and effective instead of risk versus benefits, and we need to get the research and data to bring back that trust, but also I think we need accountability, and so I think that it's important that we think about things like that and make sure that people are held accountable if they are spewing propaganda instead of actual science.
AJ, what is an extremely important matter that MAGA must address when it comes to agriculture and our food system right now?
I think the best thing MAGA can do to help all of us as consumers throughout our nation is to focus on label laws or label qualifications. I ran a USDA slaughterhouse for a little while, and I saw how easy it was for people with deep checkbooks to change what's on the label to confuse all of us as consumers to even know what it is we're buying. You know, you can go to a label, and if you see grass-fed, you think you're buying grass-fed and finished beef. But unless it says grass-fed and finished, and you don't know to look for that, you really don't know what the process is. The other side of that too is if you go to this grocery store and it says product of the USA, did you know that right now all it has to be done for that beef when it comes from South Africa, Uruguay, Paraguay, Mexico, Canada, when it comes across the southern border, it just has to go from whatever chunk of meat it is into a further packaged process and they can label it product of the USA? So you have no idea what you're getting. There's a policy right now called mandatory country of origin labeling, and folks like RCAF, these people fight and defend the independent cattle producers in our country, not like the NCBA that's been bought and paid for by corporate agriculture, but RCAF is fighting for mandatory country of origin labeling so that we as consumers have an informed choice. There's even been policy during the Biden era where they tried to hide whether or not they would be using vaccines in your product, like the mRNA vaccine. And right now, it's been approved for pork and chicken, but not in beef. And if they pass these laws where you can't know, you don't have that informed choice, that's a problem for us. So what MAGA can do is get to work on some ways to make sure we as consumers, when we go to the grocery store, or if we, better yet, shake the hand that feeds us, we have transparency in what we're buying so that we know what we're putting into our bodies and feeding our children.
Grace, as a young investigative journalist, what is one shocking thing about American health that you've uncovered?
I think one of the shockiest things is that for us as college students or teenagers, whatever we are, we're told that things like acne, PCOS, painful periods, low testosterone levels are all normal. We're told that that's just how we're supposed to be at this age, when in fact we should actually be at the peak of our health at this age. We are young and we have our life ahead of us, so why do we feel sicker than ever? And here's the thing, guys. We hear cancer's on the rise, we hear heart disease, all these different chronic diseases, and we're like, oh, well, that's later in life, it's not gonna hit us now. Well, guess what? Acne, PCOS, fatigue, not being able to sleep at night, those are all signs of inflammation. Your body is screaming inside, and chronic inflammation over time is a precursor to every single chronic disease that we are seeing at record highs now in the country. So we actually need to change our health now and tomorrow, because all of these different things that we struggle with that we are just told is normal, like bloating after every single meal, which I've struggled with a ton in the past, it's not normal. And we can't keep treating it as such because they want us to treat it as such. And we can't keep giving big food and big pharma exactly what they believe we will do as a generation, Gen Z.
AJ, you've said we can't lose one more family farm. What is the real impact of corporate consolidation, and how does it show up on a college student's plate?
We've lost more than 20,000 farms and ranches every year for the last 5 years. And now when you go to the grocery store, you think you have choice. You've got all these different labels, and I'm sure you've all seen the memes. That's a lie. You don't have choice. These are all consolidated brands under the same corporations that put a fancy, clean label on there or some picture of a cute little farmhouse so that you think you're buying something of quality. That's not what's happening. See, if we stop the loss of the existing farms and ranches we have now, we are already in a deficit, as I explained. So the only path forward is to not just regenerate our soils, regenerate our environment, but also to regenerate the small family farms and ranches that we have in our country. How many people know somebody that their dream is to get out into the country, have a small piece of ground, raise their kids, grow their own food, and have a little left over for their family? That's the path that we need to build. We need to move policy out of the way, have the government support the regrowth of small family farms. None of this low-income housing BS throughout the country. We should be prioritizing our public lands for the production of food when we're about to see famine in the greatest nation in the world.
Dr. Warsh, you actually talk about supporting farmers as part of pediatric care, which is very interesting. That's not something we usually hear about from doctors, so what's the connection?
Well, the connection is we're literally built of what we eat, and we spend so much time talking about all the medications we can take, and yet we're sicker than ever, and we need to have discussions with individuals like AJ because he's saying exactly what is correct. If we want to be healthy, we have to change our food system. If you look at the food in most schools these days for our kids, it's gross. It's processed, there are lots of sugars, chemicals, dyes, and we are seeing that change with the MAGA movement, which I'm really excited to see, but we have to continue that. How do you expect to concentrate in school or do well in school if your body is filled with chemicals? It's not going to happen, and We need to bring back the humility and coming together for you guys. It's about food, it's about exercise, it's about nutrition and diet and movement and sun, and not about the injections. And we've heard that over and over again for the last 5 years, and we went through the pandemic and we didn't hear anything about vitamin D. We didn't hear anything about food, and we know that the people that were the sickest were the ones that had all of these comorbidities. And if we want something different for you guys, then you have to push back, we have to push back, and we have to prioritize our food. That is the one thing that doctors can actually do to get you healthy. I challenge the associations in medicine, I challenge all the doctors, I challenge all of you guys to push doctors to start talking about this and making this a priority, because it should be the thing that we're talking about. We shouldn't just be talking about medicine, we should be talking about your food.
You've also called out the lack of long-term placebo-controlled studies in pediatric vaccines. Are you happy with what has been accomplished so far in the MAGA movement when it comes to giving parents informed consent on vaccines, or do you see a lot more room for improvement?
I would say overall, I'm extremely excited to see where things have gone thus far. Obviously, it's only been a very short amount of time, but I mean, we're sitting here talking about vaccines today. I can actually say the word. I can put the word vaccine on Instagram or social media and it doesn't get censored anymore. So that is a huge win. That's a huge step forward. You hear Secretary Kennedy talking about it. You hear the president talking about it. That was never something that you could do just a few years ago. So yes, it's going to take time. There's going to be a lot of changes to come. We have to get the research and the data that we never actually did in the past, so that way we can follow that science and figure out what to do next. It's not a short-term solution. We need a long-term solution. And so yes, I'm extremely excited to see where we are, and there's a lot more to do, and it is happening. We hear it talked about every single day, and you're here talking about it and listening to it today. That's amazing.
AJ, should the USDA be reformed, and if yes, how do we ensure food safety while also supporting family farms?
Yeah, you know, when I ran the slaughterhouse, the USDA, we saw them as a partner. They had an extra eye in the slaughterhouse. But the challenge is where the policy come from at the DC level. They've passed certain things, or trying to pass certain things that are going to devastate our family farms and ranches even further. Something like the RFID ear tags. How many of you guys think it's a good idea for any government to know exactly how many cows, how many pigs, how many goats, how many lambs, how many chickens you have on your farm? Right. We cannot allow those, and this was a Biden-era policy that's still being pushed through, and they're using all of these other reasons to push it through, but you go ask any small farm or ranch throughout the country if they think that's a good idea, and they will tell you no. They don't want people to know what they have. I'm a consumer. I don't want the government to know what they have. Even if we trust this administration, who's coming next? Then they also have something called the Sustains Act that passed in the previous administration that would allow private organizations to give money to the USDA for special projects. So let's take JBS, for example, the world's largest, most corrupt beef organization. Just go do a search. I'll save you time on that. And you'll find that these guys are so corrupt, and our SEC just approved them for trade on the New York Stock Exchange, and they're now trading today. We have to reform and overhaul the USDA. The USDA has taken advice from organizations that have been around for decades. The organization I mentioned earlier, the NCBA, was a merger in 1996 between a cattlemen's organization and a meat packers organization. And now, this many decades later, the packers with all the money completely control that organization. If you want to get real reform for producers in our nation, you need to bring other partners to the table that are actually boots on the ground throughout all the rural communities, not taking money from DC and just advancing a further mission. You need folks like RCAF who are actually on the ground with the independent cattle producers to come to the table so they can actually bring the truth about what's going on in our local communities. If we don't get people out of DC into the dirt in our communities, they're never going to see what needs to be done to actually make it better. So mandatory country of origin labeling, which I mentioned earlier, we want to see that happen. Let's get Thomas Massey's Prime Act passed. Woo! That's going to give every American citizen the right to buy food from who they choose, from their neighbors, and shake the hand that feeds them. Let's get the Sustained Act gone. Let's stop RFID ear tags, and let's put our family farms and ranches first and their needs. And we as consumers need to go direct to the source and shake the hand that feeds us, or they won't be here in the next 10 years.
Grace, you are a college student. What are practical ways that students can afford to eat and live healthier?
Yeah, I'm a big believer in not just trying to become healthy, but instead learning how to become healthier. We all have this idea of what perfect health looks like, and that's great and all, but I mean, how many times have you been trying the 75 hard challenge and then you have to go to a birthday and eat cake? Or like you're studying really hard for finals and then you guys order a pizza because it's just late, you don't really care at that point, you're gonna have that. What I would say is you need to be realistic about your goals and actually realize that you're either going to be restraining yourself in your lifespan or in what you eat. The restraint is there no matter what with food. And so, for example, if you go to P. Terry's or McDonald's or whatever, take the bun off your burger, you're removing a large portion of the chemical additives if you just take off that bun. And who said meat was bad? Last time I checked, a lot of those studies actually had a lot of conflict within them. So eat that steak if you want as well. But I would say take the bun off your burger. I would say read nutrition labels. And the last thing I would say is go and educate yourself on your health. Guys, we all have access to ChatGPT. We have access to Safari. Look up what is going on with yourself, because if you don't start advocating now, no one else is trying to advocate for you except for this movement and the people we've gathered together. And so go and learn and educate, because if you do that, then we have more messaging. And I always get criticized. People tell me you're not an expert. I'm like, did I ever claim to be? That's not my goal here. But what I can tell you is we have the capability of researching and drawing conclusions, just as everyone else does. And the minute you take ownership of that, you take ownership of your health and take it out of the hands of big food and big pharma.
How can students get involved in MAGA on campus and become leaders for food and pharma reform?
The best way is to become a creator instead of just a consumer. I mean, I think a lot of y'all are doing a great job at that already. I've been so impressed by all the different chapters that are started here. But if you can post about what's happening in your state, there's local legislation that's happening all the time with the food stamp program, with getting carcinogenic chemicals out of our school lunches that's served to our kids. And if y'all keep up with that and post about it, it makes a huge difference. And then if you're a girl, join the MAGA Girls movement, guys. It's just as important as being a MAGA girl. Be a MAGA girl and learn what it means to actually feel strong and confident and prepare yourself for a longer future to have ahead of you.
AJ, why is it important to know your farmer and rancher, and how can you find out who your local farmer or rancher is?
If you can shake the hand that feeds you, then you have a direct line to the people that are providing you your most important thing as a living biological organism, sustenance. We should prioritize it at that level. So if you can go right to the source, you can ask them all the things that Grace and Joel are talking about. What's in it? How'd you feed it? Is it going to be good for me? Do I have access to it next month? Which is also a concern that we should pay attention to. So when we were doing this, and my family are the Bundy Ranchers. If you're not familiar with them, they went head to head with the federal government twice, and they won both times because it was corrupt. So I come from agriculture. I've been watching my family been rake over the coals for my entire life and watch them stand proudly and defend that. And when COVID hit and we saw our food supply chain just completely be decimated, it was very clear, and God woke us up and said, you need to build a solution. So we built FromTheFarm.org, which is built by and for farmers and ranchers, because that's who was on my team, so that you folks can go right to a source and contact the people right in your areas to make that simple. We have to adopt consumer behaviors. That's how it works, right? We've all been trained for a level of convenience. So if we don't bring that to the stage, it's not going to work. So we've been working on taking the work off their back. You know, if you know a farmer or rancher, raise your hand. Let me see how many people are connected.
That's impressive.
That's amazing. I did not know I was going to get, that's amazing. Now here's the thing. How many of them do you think love to walk around changing wheel lines or move cattle on their horse and have to get off their horse, set up their cell phone, get back on the horse, walk past the phone and say, hey guys, come buy for me on my website? They don't have time for that. And if they're doing it now, it's okay, but I promise you in 2 years, what does the algorithm do if you stop posting a day? Drops you. And so they're stuck. They become captured that the only way they can make a living, because they have to cut out the middlemen to be viable. Did you know they only get about 9 to 14 cents on the dollar when you go buy that at the store? That's why they're closing. They need the full retail dollar, so when you can go right to the source and shake the hand that feeds you and source it from them, you're ensuring that they will be there for you and your family for decades to come.
What is your advice, Dr. Warsh, as a pediatrician, for parents who are being threatened to be kicked out of their pediatrician's office if they don't vaccinate their kid?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. I think that we shouldn't be threatening anybody to be kicking them out of the office, but if that's happening to you or you don't believe in what your doctor believes, find a different office, find a different doctor. You get to choose. It's up to you. You don't have to be there. You don't want to be in an office where they're forcing you to do something you don't want to do. There are lots of doctors that don't do that. And so to me, really the solution is to take back our power, to show our choice. And if everybody starts to do that, then doctors are going to have to take a step back and say, why is everybody leaving my practice? And that's what we're seeing right now. People are pushing back, not just on vaccines, but on everything. One of the biggest things I'm seeing in the chat groups in medicine is doctors really confused because they're getting more and more questions about vaccines. They're getting more and more questions about root cause and what you can actually do for your health instead of a pill. And they don't know what to do with that. And that is going to be the thing that's actually going to change medicine.
Is it true that doctors in social media chat groups, Dr. Warsh, are complaining that too many patients are asking about root cause?
Absolutely. It's actually a huge issue. It's one of the biggest things that medicine is seeing right now. And so there's a lot of discussion about what to actually do about that, which is crazy, right? Because you would think that that's what we were taught and that's what you think about. But going through med school, I never really thought about root cause. It's just not what we're really trained in. We're trained in medications, and if we want that to change, you have to keep asking questions of your doctors, and that makes them start to think about this, and then they're gonna have to get educated. They're gonna have to start talking about diet and exercise. These are basic common sense things, but it was never a part of the discussion before. We have this chronic disease epidemic, and if we want that to change, we need to change the narrative, and you guys are doing that, so keep asking questions. That's what you can do, and that's gonna make a real difference. It's happening right now. You guys are actually making the difference in medicine and changing the paradigm.
A couple quick sources on where parents can go to get true informed consent on vaccines.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing to really understand about sources in general is you need to look at multiple sources. So much of everything that we see is funded by big pharma, big food, big ag, and so I think it's important to get multiple sources because we know that pretty much everything in modern medicine over the last several decades has been funded by big pharma, and so you need to go outside of that to get real independent information, and you can learn sometimes more about vaccines or medications from your podcast than you can sometimes from what we hear in the mainstream news. And we saw that during COVID. I mean, podcasts and independent media have become such a juggernaut in our health. And that's important. Now we're starting to get real information and people are pushing back. So I think it's really important that you go to multiple sources, find people that you can trust, listen to them over time. You want people that are humble, that say that they don't know, because we don't know everything. And if someone's telling you safe and effective or the science is settled, turn the other way, find a different source.
All right, our three last questions. I've got one for each of you from the Rumble live stream here. Grace, what are 3 things I should do immediately to align my life with healthy living?
I would say stop eating added sugars, stop eating seed oils, and pay attention to plastics and heavy metals that are in things. This is really hard, so easy steps to actually do that is like, don't eat fast food very frequently. Try to eliminate added sugars, which means looking at all of the labeling on the foods that you're purchasing. There are great apps that help with this now, including one that I'm about to launch the beta version of actually tonight on Instagram called Nori, where you can scan your own meal and it'll tell you a score out of 10 on whether it's actually going to have any of these different kinds of harms, because it's so hard to tell, guys. And then with plastics, stop getting hot Starbucks drinks drinks. I'm not here to hate on Starbucks. I'm actually really happy that they're getting rid of canola oil. That's a big win and we have to celebrate that. But at the same time, the microplastics released from a hot cup of coffee or tea is terrifying. So those are some quick tips for that.
Great. Dr. Joel, what is the quickest way to differentiate truth from lies?
I think the quickest way is just to listen to somebody over time, try to figure out where they're getting their funding or if they're getting funding, and really follow them over their discussion and their transition and their humility to these discussions. You don't want somebody who's giving you definitive facts all the time. You want to check multiple sources, and you don't want to trust the mainstream media right now. I think we need to make sure that we're listening to independent media, also mainstream media, but mostly they're funded. So we have to get information from different sources, and that's how we know.
AJ, can we trust the food at Whole Foods? Actually, let me rephrase. Can we trust the meat at Whole Foods?
No. Whole Foods was bought by Amazon. Prior to Amazon owning Whole Foods, it was serving White Oaks Pastures, Will Harris, Jenny Harris beef. You could have trusted it. Now the labels are just like labels everywhere else. I would take a picture, I would use your AI to make sure you do the research. If your choice is to go, here's what I do want to say real quick. If your only choice, if you can only afford beef from the local grocery store, beef is so high quality and nutrient density that you should eat that beef anyway. And start working your way towards the prioritization of high quality nutrient dense food. This is what I will say to wrap it up. We used to spend 30% of our budget on food and 8% on healthcare. And now we buy a 6-ounce bag of Doritos for $7, and then we go to look at a high-quality, nutrient-dense steak that's actually a better price than that, and we think it's too expensive. Prioritize your health, prioritize your food. You're going to pay the farmer now, or you will pay pharma later.
Thank you guys very much. Subscribe to Culture Apothecary. My brand new interview with Tucker Carlson is out today. Listen on your way home. Give it up for the guests.
Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion, but $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why Refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others will not touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. That is whyrefi.com, YREFY.com. Just call them at 888-YREFI34 or log on to whyrefi.com. Do you have a co-borrower? YREFI can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without a penalty. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? The first step is to contact YREFI. If your private student loan debt is keeping you up at night and ruining your life, it doesn't have to. Just call YREFI. I think very highly YREFI. We're working with them on a lot of stuff. They're helping sponsor our campus tour. We're all in with them. That is YREFY.com. Over $30 billion in private student loan debt. If you guys have student loan debt and in distressed fashion, call YREFY.com. That is YREFI.com.
There was a time in America when both parties were patriotic.
If you do not have a border, you do not
have a country. It is not a fight between liberals and conservatives. What we have today is a fight between good and evil. One man can make a difference. One person can make a difference. When you reach for something and you fall short and you're ready to quit, that is the time to get up off the mat and get back in the game. Thank you. This time I really can't wait to hear what I have to say. Because I was targeted for destruction in the Russian collusion hoax, even though I had done nothing wrong. It is only through the grace of God that I'm with you today, and I stand before you as living proof that Jesus Christ can do anything. I am grateful to my friend Charlie Kirk for inviting me to speak with you today, and I commend Turning Point USA for building a virtual army of young Americans ready to fight for this country. One year ago today, President Donald Trump, then candidate Donald Trump, survived a brush with death. Several weeks later, at a West Palm Beach golf course, he survived another brush with death. But people don't know that there was a third brush with death. Let me read to you from a column by the syndicated columnists Evans and Novak from October 10th, 1989. Veteran Republican political consultant may have been responsible for saving his client, Donald Trump, from dying in the crash of the billionaire dealmaker's helicopter. Stone had asked for an appointment with Trump that afternoon to discuss several pressing matters of business. Impossible, Stone was told, because Trump had to fly that afternoon to Atlantic City on casino business. But when Stone persisted, Trump finally agreed to see him, saying that he would send his top aides to New Jersey on the helicopter and then have the helicopter return to New York to pick him up and take him down to Atlantic City. Stone and Trump had barely sat down to begin their conversation when they were interrupted with the horrifying news. The helicopter, which had been rented because the Trump helicopter was being serviced, had crashed into the Garden State Parkway, sending all 5 passengers, including Trump's 3 top executives, to their death. Trump was devastated, but he then called every one of the widows so that they would hear from him rather than on television or radio that their husbands had perished. I have never said, and I will never say, that I saved Donald Trump's life. I was merely an instrument of the Lord, and I knew at that moment that his life had been preserved, as it was in Butler, for some larger purpose. I recognized in 1988 that he had the size. I don't mean the physical size, but I mean the stature, the stamina, the courage, the independence, the persistence to be not just a great candidate for president, but to be a truly great president. I myself, as I think many of you, am unsatisfied with the answers we have received regarding the attempt on President Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania. I am not certain that Thomas Matthew Crooks is indeed the shooter. I am not certain that he acted alone, and I find the missteps of the Secret Service in coordination with the state and local police unacceptable and unexplainable. And therefore I say, it is time for the appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate the two attempts on President Donald Trump's life. And while he's at it, I recommend a special prosecutor, or at least a new investigation into the attempted assassination on President Ronald Reagan. As the government has never provided for us a final report regarding that near tragic day. Now, let me say a few words about Jeffrey Epstein. I am probably the second author in the United States to write extensively about Jeffrey Epstein. In my 2015 book, The Clintons' War on Women, the longest chapter in the book, chapter 7, entitled Orgy Island, stealing that from my friend Sean Hannity, I outline the story of Jeffrey Epstein. I outline the names of a number of his victims, and I also demonstrate that claims on the left that Donald Trump had some untoward or inappropriate connection to Epstein is categorically false. In fact, Donald Trump cut Jeffrey Epstein off entirely prior to Epstein being exposed as a sex predator and being charged with sex crimes in the state of Florida. He banished him from all Trump properties and his life. It is also true that Bill and Hillary Clinton continued to socialize with Epstein after his conviction on sex crimes in Florida, continued to take millions of dollars in contributions from him, and both Bill and Hillary Clinton visited Epstein's island. The solution to this issue, because I too favor full disclosure, and I want to know everything about this case, is for President Trump to direct his Attorney General, to direct the interim U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York to move to unseal all of the grand jury testimony that was presented when the Trump administration charged Jeffrey Epstein with child sex trafficking and conspiracy to conduct child sex trafficking. And while they're at it, they should unseal the search warrants for his island as well as his palatial home in Manhattan, which are sealed at the request or the motion of prosecutor Maureen Comey. Everything you want to know is in those documents. It is the Trump administration, not the Biden administration, certainly not the Obama administration, that moved in federal court to bring Jeffrey Epstein to justice. When Kash Patel, our FBI director, tells us that there are no records, even though we know and we saw with our own eyes that DVDs and hard drives were taken from Epstein's home in both New York, his ranch in New Mexico, and his island, he's telling us the truth. That's because I believe that evidence was destroyed by Christopher Wray and the Biden Justice Department. To those who say that this issue regarding a man who's dead and thank God can no longer torture and exploit young people for the amusement of elites. But to those who say we will lose 30 to 40 seats in the 2026 election, I say, don't be a panicking. I had an interview yesterday with a mainstream media outlet, and they said, how would you grade President Donald Trump so far in his second term? And I said, well, he has sealed the border. Illegal border crossings are down by 98%, and he has stopped the migrant invasion of America. And the reporter said, yeah, but what about Epstein? I said, he is carrying out the single greatest deportation operation of dangerous illegal immigrants in the history of the country. And the reporter said, yeah, but what about Epstein? I said, he has ended inflation and made America affordable again. And he said, yeah, but what about Epstein? I said, he has made America the dominant energy producer in the world again by far. And he said, yeah, but what about Epstein? I said, he has stopped the outsourcing of our jobs and turned the United States into a manufacturing superpower again. And the reporter said, yeah, but what about Epstein? I said, he has delivered the largest tax cut in American history for the American people, an across-the-board tax cut, including no tax on tips. And the reporter said, yeah, but what about Epstein? I said, he is defending our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, our fundamental freedoms, and most importantly, the freedom of speech, the freedom of religion, and our right to keep and bear arms. And the reporter said, yeah, but what about Epstein? He is preventing World War III. He is restoring peace in Europe. He works hard every day to do that. Instead of pursuing an endless war and regime change and boots on the ground, instead of following the neocon policies of George H.W. and George W. Bush, he decided to make a surgical strike to destroy the nuclear weapons development capability of Iran. And he withdrew, and not a single American military officer lost their life. And the reporter said, yeah, what about Epstein? He's building the Golden Dome. This is the strategic defense initiative that will protect this nation from incoming ICBM missiles. It has worked for Israel. It worked on our base in Qatar, and it will protect the United States of America. The funding for it is in the big, beautiful bill. America will be protected thanks to Donald Trump. And the reporter said, yeah, what about Epstein? He has ended the weaponization of government against the American people. Parents no longer be persecuted and prosecuted because they're concerned about the curriculum being forced on their children in our public schools. And those who support the right to life will no longer be arrested for praying outside of an abortion clinic. And the reporter said, yeah, but what about Epstein? He has stopped the migrant crime epidemic. He is demolishing the foreign drug cartels. He is crushing gang violence, and he is locking up violent offenders. And the reporter said, yeah, but what about Epstein? He has strengthened and modernized our military, making it the most, without question, the strongest, most lethal and powerful in the world. under the leadership of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. And the reporter said, yeah, what about Epstein? He has kept the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency, and the dollar today is stronger than it has ever been. And of course, the reporter said, yeah, but what about Epstein? He is fighting to protect Social Security and Medicare to make sure that illegals and those who are not eligible for Medicare are not receiving it. And in the big, beautiful bill, he guarantees that 88% of those receiving Social Security will not pay taxes on those payments. And of course, the reporter said, yeah, what about Epstein? He has cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and any other inappropriate sexual or political content on our children. And of course, the reporter said yet again, what about Epstein? He has kept men out of women's sports. And once again, the reporter asked me, yeah, but what about Epstein? He has deported pro-Hamas radicals and made our college campuses safe and patriotic again. And of course, the reporter said, what about Epstein? He has moved to secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. And you know what the reporter said. What about Epstein? Thanks to the efforts of HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, he is fighting to make America healthy again. And once again, I was met with the question, but what about Epstein? He has released virtually all of the documents, videos, and transcripts pertaining to the murder of President John F. Kennedy on November 22nd, 1963. But it is only because of the persistence and the courage of Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna that the CIA last week was forced, after 6 decades of denying they had any knowledge of Lee Harvey Oswald, that they were finally forced to admit that they were tracking him, they were reading all of his correspondence, and they were essentially handling him in the 48 days before the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. I think you get the point. I, too, want full exposure when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, but I also think it is a mistake to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Donald Trump is leading this country into a golden age. It will be an unprecedented age of peace, prosperity, security, justice, and law and order. Last week, the CIA released a special report that informed us more about the greatest single dirty trick in American history, the abuse of power in which the full authority of the United States government and the incredible capability of our intelligence agencies were used and utilizing 2 pieces of evidence that they knew were false and fabricated, the Steele dossier and the bogus claim that Russian intelligence hacked the Democrat National Committee and that information somehow made its way to the Trump campaign, to remove a duly elected American president. This is nothing short of treason. We learned, yet again, that admitted communist John Brennan pushed to include the Steele dossier, which he knew was a fraud, into President Barack Obama's intelligence community assessment in order to use it as the rationale for the movement to launch Crossfire Hurricane and to rationalize the Robert Mueller investigation. It is time. Well, let me say just a few more words about Mr. Brennan. He is not only a man who admits to being a communist, that was in a lie detector test, he's also the man who signed 4 of the visas when he was the station chief in Riyadh for the hijackers who attacked this country on 9/11. He is also the man who spied on a U.S. Senate committee that was investigating his illegal use of torture. He is also a man who, according to FBI counterterrorism official John Guandolo, actually converted to radical Islam when he was posted in Riyadh. And it is absolutely clear now that the House Intelligence Committee, under the terrific leadership of Congressman Rick Crawford, will have a report shortly with the assistance of Tulsi Gabbard and our ODNI that will take an even deeper dive in the rank conspiracy to destroy Donald Trump and his presidency. I live for the morning that 29 heavily armed FBI agents brandishing fully automatic M4 assault weapons surround John Brennan's home to arrest him at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I say it is time to charge Vice President Joe Biden, FBI Director James Comey, National Security Director Susan Rice, Assistant FBI Director McCabe, and the greatest rat of them all, Rod Rosenstein, with treason. At the same time, I laud the president's call for the appointment of a special prosecutor to examine the 2020 elections. Christopher Wray, the worst FBI director in history, said under oath to Congress that there was no foreign interference in our elections. But thanks to the work of Kash Patel, we learned only days ago about thousands of fake driver's licenses being sent from China to Chicago for use on Election Day. I favor the appointment of a special prosecutor, and the man to do this job is Eagle Ed Martin. We also need a special prosecutor to investigate the origins of the COVID-19 vaccination. I call on the Attorney General to charge Anthony Fauci for lying to Congress. And when, in his legal defense, he argues that he cannot be charged because he has a preemptive pardon, the government can finally test the legality of the auto pen in which all of those documents should not be honored. For those who are prematurely concerned about the 2026 election, I say to you that the average American is more concerned about the cost of a gallon of gasoline or a dozen eggs, the availability of affordable housing, or whether they can walk in their neighborhood at night without fear of being mugged by an illegal immigrant gang member. Donald Trump was not supposed to win in 2024. They said it was impossible. He beat efforts to bankrupt him. He beat efforts to keep him off the ballot in all 50 states. They tried to jail him, but it is only because of his persistence and his courage and his stamina that we are on the cusp of the greatest period in American political history. Tulsi Gabbard probably said it best yesterday. By the way, in case you didn't know, she is going to be the first woman president. It may not be in 2028, but it will come to pass. And as she said, as we forge together, I encourage you to stand strong, be joyful warriors, and always remember, with God, all things are possible. I do have a tattoo of Richard Nixon on my back. It's about the size of a grapefruit. It floats between my shoulder blades. To me, it's not a political statement. It is a daily reminder that in life, when things do not go your way, when you suffer defeats and setbacks, when you're disappointed and you're discouraged and things look dark for you, that is the time that you have to get up off the mat and get back in the fight. See, the story of Richard Nixon is an American story. It's a story of persistence and resilience, and it is a lesson for each one of us. Nixon said, "We are not a nation of quitters. We are a nation of fighters. Fighters for freedom, fighters for justice, fighters for a better life for all." The patriotism of our young people is not in shouting slogans, he said, but in our quiet determination to build a better America for tomorrow. I believe in Donald Trump. I believe he's the only man with the courage and the stamina and the resolve to turn around an ocean liner, to head this country to that golden age that I spoke of. I am as committed to exposure on Jeffrey Epstein as you are, but let's not lose sight of the most successful presidency in American history, and we're not even into the first year. I leave you with a quote from my favorite president, who said, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man or woman who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs but comes up short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself or herself in a worthy cause, who at the best, at the end, knows the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat." This I can tell you. In the fight for America, in the fight for our Constitution, in the fight for prosperity, in the fight for peace, neither Donald J. Trump nor Roger Stone will ever quit. God bless you.
fear trap, which is all propaganda. And anytime they're trying to make you scared about something, wake up. They're using you. Speak your mind, America. Speak freely. Don't be afraid. Don't fall into the fear. You have to express how you feel.
And free speech isn't a privilege like a driver's license. It's a God-given right guaranteed by our Constitution. We cannot have food that is not okay, that Europe won't have, that Canada won't have, but is okay to poison our own American people. God bless all of you for fighting and love this country, and God bless America. You can do it, America!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you so much. You can do it! Thank you. It was 1 year ago that America and Donald Trump dodged a bullet. And boy, does God love this country. We came very close to losing it. I mean, just the immigration alone, if you look at just Minneapolis, I mean, there's so many Haitians now in Minneapolis that it doesn't even resemble Somalia anymore. I love you too. Look, we're learning at least the truth is finally coming out. And I don't know if you've heard, but apparently Biden's brain didn't work. And he wasn't really in charge. What a shock. I don't know. Also, the health movement, we're learning stuff thanks to Robert Kennedy. We're learning things that have been hidden from us for so long, like Fruit Loops is not good for us. Neither is Coca-Cola. But the good news is, if you're going to be fat in America. 32% of Americans are obese. Obese, meaning technically that their body fat is obvious. But if you're going to be fat in America, because you can always feel good about yourself. Because in America, no matter how fat you are, all you have to do is wait 4 minutes, 5 tops, before you see somebody that's way fatter than you are. I feel terrible, but look at that piece of shit. Good Lord. Anyway. Also, Americans, we are 4.2% of the world population, yet we consume 70% of all prescription drugs made. Excuse me. We are all turning into Elvises. Elvis Presley died at the ripe old age of 42 years old. Now, I remember I was 13 years old in 1977, and my dad told me that Elvis Presley died. I was like, how did Elvis Presley die? I don't even know how it's possible. And he said he died on the toilet. It's like, that was the craziest thing I'd ever heard in my life. It's like, how does somebody die on the toilet? Well, I turned 60 last year, and I get it. I swear, at least 2 times a month, I'm like, this could be it! All right, honey, tell the kids I love them. You know, all right. We are lucky that we turned the corner here. I mean, the laws that are passed under Democratic administrations in states, like in Colorado. I mean, I will tell you that when I was a child, I remember the police coming to our grammar school and telling us, hey, if any adult wants you or tries you to keep a secret between you and them, that person is called a molester, and you need to call the police and tell your parents. Now, that's called a Colorado public school teacher. Now, for people who who question God's wisdom. God works in very different ways that you and I wouldn't or couldn't understand. And who are we to judge God's wisdom? God chooses people that we wouldn't necessarily choose. If you look at the Bible and you see King David, David was a murderer, an adulterer, somebody who coveted another man's wife, but God said, yeah, but I need that guy. I can use that guy. Moses was a stuttering shepherd. And God said, yeah, but I want that guy. And it kind of makes sense now if you realize why it took Moses 9 different plagues to get Pharaoh Ramses to release the Israelites. Because Moses was up there going, you gotta let my people go, or there's gonna be plagues. I said, get this guy out of here. He's spitting all over me. And it's the same thing with Donald Trump. God chose Donald Trump to lead this country. Now, I'm privileged and honored to be with all of you today, and I can say with pride and with humility that because of the young American patriots like yourselves, the communist attack on the United States, disguised as woke tolerance, has failed. The plan was to divide us again by race, create turmoil and confusion in every aspect of society so that chaos would be so overwhelming that we would trade something that we cherished to regain a sense of calm and order. That's something that we were asked to trade for. To trade for this sense of calm was, of course, our freedom. But America's freedom, earned through blood, is not for sale at any price. And let me tell you something that is also no longer for sale in America. Thanks to the Trump administration, American farmland is no longer for sale. Thanks to President Trump's administration, Communist China can no longer own farmland in the United States of America. Now do Bill Gates next. What we are experiencing is not a revolution, but a counter-revolution against the Democratic Party that tried to tear apart the very fabric of this great nation. I don't know if we truly realize how close we came to losing everything our founding fathers fought and died for. Another 4 years of open borders and another 10 million people coming in across our borders would have been enough to turn the United States into a forever blue California-style crap hole. With every major city flooded with homeless encampments, drug addicts, and illegal migrants from every corner of the world. The question was, and still is, will President Trump and this movement be just a minor setback, a speed bump to the eventual global tyranny of social credit systems where every transaction made by citizens will be tracked and approved or unapproved by banks and by government that tracks everything that each and every one of us say and do? Could the United States and this greatest experiment in freedom the world has ever known be just this 250-year blip in human history enjoyed by the very few and fortunate in world history before the human race returned to feudalism? Thankfully, God has other plans. And as long as we are a nation under God, we will always be free. Our unparalleled freedom is why the United States is the creative, technological, and financial engine of the world. Well, my fellow Americans, how do we continue to move this counter-revolution forward? Luckily, the Democratic Party has provided a map for us And if we just do the exact opposite of what the Democrats did, we will be free for another 1,000 years. One of the phrases that the left loves to use is the right side of history. It's a kind of incantation that can magically make any horrible idea sound progressive. So while they're destroying women's rights, they can say it's a good thing because we're on the right side of history. As Democratic leaders call for violence against politicians and federal agents, they'll remind you it's because they're on the right side of history. All that stuff about wanting to sterilize children, don't worry. They're on the right side of history. You know who else thought they were on the right side of history? Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, Pol Pot, Benito Mussolini, Saddam Hussein, Idi Amin, Robert Mugabe, Augusto Pinochet, Nicolae Ceausescu, Bashar al-Assad, Vlad the Impaler, and Lex Luthor. There's no such thing as being on the right side of history because we don't know what the future holds. But those who are convinced of their own infallibility will always make this claim. It gives them a kind of get-out clause, and it often justifies the worst possible behavior. Now that we, the conservatives, are in power, we need to think carefully about how not to fall into the same trap. It's too tempting to assume that we have all the answers, that we know what the future will look like, but we don't. So what's the solution? Humility, listening to others, being willing to have the debate, not like the Democrats shouting down people on campus, not just imposing our own values like the woke left have done. And the best way to ensure that this will happen is the preservation of our free speech. Free speech is the bedrock of our civilization, and for good reason, because it means that even the most unpopular opinions get an airing. Even the most eccentric and implausible ideas get heard. And the left forgot about that. Free speech that even though we voted for President Trump, we get to challenge and test ideas coming out of our own side. We seem to assume that just because the left has been wrong about so much, that the right must be right about everything. It doesn't work that way. We've all encountered those leftists with Trump derangement syndrome, those who think anything Trump does must be wrong. But certainly, if someone is claiming that Trump's decisions are never wrong and must be carried out exactly, isn't that just another form of Trump derangement syndrome? So, in that spirit of humility and free speech, I ask these questions. Release all the Epstein files, no matter the consequences. This is America. We'll deal with whatever happens. Now, we have to also ask ourselves something else. Why are we so obsessed with Jeffrey Epstein while 300,000 children have been trafficked in America and are still missing? Why, another question, why is America still sending arms to Ukraine? I have and will always support Israel. Israel's different because if Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran had the capability on October 7th, 2023, on October 7th, if they had that capability of just continuing the attack and murdering every man, woman, and child, they would have done that. Israel is a free country, and Israel is a country that we must always stand by. But until they become the 51st state or a territory, their lobbying must apply as foreign lobbyists. That's not anti-Semitic. You can support Israel completely and unabashedly, but also want AIPAC to apply as a foreign lobbying group. While I want to put Americans first, if we want to continue to have fruits and vegetables in this country, we better find a way to give Mexican workers some avenue to legally do that work, because you and I ain't going to do it. Boo that you want, but if you want fruit and vegetables, you better figure it out. And these are the people that are doing it. So while you disagree with that, I disagree with that, with you on that. America was built on the freedom to question our government, and we must ensure that we don't let that principle slide. Dissent, to disagree, and your right to speak out, to protest, to challenge authority without fear of censorship or government reprisals is essential to our liberty. We need to hear what Thomas Massie has to say always. Boo all you want. That's the beauty of this country, isn't it? I support it. I support your boo, but let's debate it, and let's talk about it, and let's hear what Thomas Massie always has to say. Free speech, the open marketplace of ideas. This is what made our country great. The fact that you could boo something I say and that I could disagree with you is going to always lead America to a better place than silencing each other. Because to not air our grievances is what the left has been trying to do and will continue to do. The left has been flirting with socialism and communism, which will always promise utopia, but always deliver tyranny, famine, and mass murder. But we should know better. There is no such place as utopia. The word utopia quite literally comes from the Greek, meaning no place. That's why you're not going to find it. The left thought that if they could impose all their values on the rest of us, they could achieve paradise. They lost the art of disagreement. They started calling everyone fascists for taking an alternative view. They wanted to censor the internet, to carve out exceptions in the First Amendment by calling it hate speech. When Galileo was held under house arrest, that was hate speech too. He was a minority voice saying all the elites had got it wrong, and he turned out to be right. A coherent society is all about messy negotiations. It's about that disagreement. It's about debate. It's about annoying each other by challenging each other's certainties. Democracy without disagreement isn't democracy at all. So, let's not make those same mistakes again. America, for all its imperfections, is still the greatest hope for freedom the world has ever known. But we must be vigilant. There will be no Marines from some other country to land on our beaches to save our ass. No other country will offer us a Marshall Plan. We, you and I, and all of us, we are it. America is God's blueprint for humanity to live in prosperity and liberty. Because America recognizes the dignity of the individual and that he is made in God's image and has inalienable rights. So let's agree that it's okay to disagree. That no opinions, no ideas, no challenges should be off the table in a free society. If we tolerate the silencing of anyone, no matter how terrible we find their ideas, we are establishing that one day it will be us who will be the ones silenced. As Thomas Paine said, he that would make his own liberty secure must guard even his enemy from oppression. For if he violates this duty, he establishes a precedent that will reach to himself. So I say all these things as the beginning as we continue this debate. as we continue on college campuses to go back to discussing, to disagreeing, to finding the best idea, to this wonderful, messy country, to this wonderful freedom that we have. And I will always take a messy freedom over a very tidy tyranny. God bless all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless all of you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We live in a nation founded on freedom, liberty, and justice for all. We have been canceled. Our show was canceled. Everyone turned their backs. And you really can't get much more canceled than that. I just wanted to fight for freedom. I wanted to fight for the truth to be told. I knew that God would provide for me and my family and these children. And I knew that I had to stand firm in my conviction. If I was going to sell my soul to the devil, what was left? Absolutely nothing. And when you fight for what's right and you fight for justice, the truth will always prevail.
Ladies and gentlemen, Savannah
I love you. I absolutely love coming to every Turning Point event. What Charlie has done is absolutely amazing because it's giving us young voices a safe space to disagree and to show up and share our viewpoints and our opinions. And we are the generation of social media, let's face it. We've got our phones in our hands 24/7. We are on TikTok, Instagram, and the cool thing is, as you guys know, we've seen it in the media a lot. OnlyFans, and how many people can you sleep with in X amount of time? Exactly. That to me is not cool. And for us young people, we can be a voice for those that may not know any better. We can show up and be authentically ourselves. A friend of mine just shared a stat with me, and he said that 74% of Gen Z don't trust their churches. They don't trust their church leaders. Only 11% of Gen Z are actually showing up to church regularly. That to me tells us that we're doing something wrong. We have to bring God back into church, back into schools, back into families, back into marriages. That is what's cool, because I can guarantee you one thing. I want my kids to look at me and say, I'm so proud that that's my mom. And they're not going to find me on OnlyFans, I can tell you that. And for me, my story, for those that don't know, both my parents were sentenced to a combined 19 years in federal prison. I sat in a courtroom and watched the prosecutors in Fulton County, Georgia, ask for life in prison for my father. And when you're sitting there, and when the government alleges $17 million worth of fraud, as I said, alleges, because that was not accurate, you ask for life. And that, to me, tells us where we're at as a nation. You saw what the president went through. I lived what my family went through, and I fought. I didn't have a single political connection 2.5 years ago. I had never even been to Washington, D.C. And when my parents went to prison, I refused to accept it. That wasn't going to be the life that I was going to accept, not only for me, but for my brother and sister. I was gonna get mom and dad home no matter what I had to do. And I showed up in D.C. I showed up in D.C. and I would look at the calendar, whether there was a White House Correspondents' Dinner or a big political event happening. I may not have had tickets to it, but I can tell you, I know what hotel they all stayed at. I know what bars they frequented to. And I showed up at those times. Because if you can be in the hotel bar and meet the right person at the right time, don't be afraid to ask for help. And I put all pride aside. If I saw a politician that could help, I went up to them and said, hey, I need you, and this is why. I was not afraid to use my voice, and especially to all of the women in the room. We're told, be quiet, don't be as loud. You have to be feminine, you have to, whatever people want to say, but be loud. Your voice matters. Stand up for the people that feel like they've been left behind. Because I can tell you that's exactly what I did. And in a room full of men and being told to shut up, I just got louder. And because of everything that my family went through, I wouldn't trade it for the world. But there is oh gosh, I don't even know why I'm saying this, but I'm going to. I had a meeting at the White House a few weeks ago about me potentially taking over a House seat in Tennessee that's coming available. And what a journey that would be. I have gone through the process to see what that would look like for me and my family, and I know right now I can implement more change in atmospheres like this, on college campuses, with youth, with young voters, because in 2028, this is our time to stabilize ourselves and actually show up to vote. Show up to vote. Tell your friends to vote. Go help them register. Educate yourselves and educate yourselves on what you're voting for. Because just like Riley Gaines, we don't want men and women's sports. We don't want to make abortion cool again. I'm sorry, but I'm pro-life, and there's no apologies about it. So when it comes to running for public office, right now, I don't know if I really want the House seat. I think maybe there's a Senate seat that could come in my future in the next 3 years, and I'm gonna go for the big dog. And as a woman, that makes me feel so good, because there is powerful women that need to be in a position to make change and to not be afraid to show up in a room full of men and have your voice heard. And my little sister's looking up to me. I want to show her that women have a seat at the table, and you don't always have to fight for it. And since I'm clearly a fighter, both my parents came home. And it was the greatest day of my entire life. They came home May 28th, and we are now in July. I've had my fill. It's a lot of family time. I'm grateful for it. But my joke with my dad is that I think there's a return policy. So before I implement that return policy, I'm gonna have my dad out, and we're gonna answer a few questions. Come on, old man. Come on. So,
and I love you back.
Honestly, guys, he looks great, doesn't he? I will say.
I say it's the BOP glow.
For those that don't know, that's Bureau of Prisons. But when I picked my dad up, I FaceTimed Margot, and she was with the president. And the president looks at him and goes, "You look good." And we died laughing. So, Dad,
yes.
How does it feel? First off, this is the biggest crowd that you've been in since being home.
Yes, since being home, yes.
And it's a lot.
It's a lot, but it kind of feels like home. It feels like home.
When you had to report for prison, what was that feeling for you, knowing that you had just gotten 12 years in federal prison for something that you did not do?
You know, as we've talked as our family, God had taken that fear away from me before I ever left. And although I was angry with God at that moment and was angry while I was there for that first several weeks, I now realize that God's mission for me was far greater than anything I could imagine. And when he placed me in the belly of the beast, it was so that I could see what was really going on in our country. Because what you see out here, this is our country, but you forget about those 158 or 159,000 men and women who are incarcerated. And out of sight, out of mind. And I made a commitment that I would never forget about those 158,000 men and women. And so when I left, as grateful as I was to get that phone call that I had been pardoned, there was a sadness of leaving these men behind, of knowing that they didn't have your voice. And I made a commitment between me and God and my brothers that are there that I will now become your voice. So my mission today is more clearly than it's ever been.
Well, and that's what I say. I wouldn't trade it for the world, because if it wasn't for all of this, I mean, I sat in a room with Tom Homan, and he looked at me and said, Savannah, you would be infuriated if you saw the criteria for these ICE detention facilities and where your parents are at. And I said, what are you talking about? He goes, oh, where your parents are at is far worse than these ICE detention facilities.
Well, you know, I can tell you that in speaking with my brothers there, that when you look at how much money was being paid for the illegal immigrants to come in our country and what they were being given every day.
Illegal aliens, I'll correct you.
Aliens, immigrants, regardless, it was like over $350 a day in New York City, but yet it cost $122 a day to incarcerate an American citizen in prison. And to me, that made no sense.
No.
You're giving medical care to people that are not citizens, but yet you're denying it to those that are.
Exactly. And I think, too, what we're doing now with the Bureau of Prisons, with Director Billy Marshall and Deputy Director Josh Smith, the first meeting I had with him was 3 hours long. And that tells me that the president did something right.
Yes.
The president has put people in a position of power that want to hear where the corruption is occurring and how do we fix it. And we're working hand in hand with both of them. Yes. I don't think you could have better men in charge.
You know, when you know how I feel about the Bureau of Prisons, because I feel like that it's the most abusive agency that we have in our country.
It's the only form of slavery that we have left in the United States.
Exactly. And my faith was restored in speaking with the new director, Billy Marshall, and with Josh Smith, the deputy director. And I truly see change is coming. But when you're inside that prison, your hope is President Donald Trump because of the FSA Act, the First Step Act.
Yeah.
And so you're sitting there calculating your days, knowing that this man in 2018 implemented the First Step Act. But then you realize after sitting there that during the Biden administration, they did nothing with the First Step Act.
Nothing. It was never.
And that was just a jab at President Trump. But now these men and women have the opportunity to shorten their sentences by up to 45% under President Trump. So I thank God first, I thank President Trump, and then I thank my daughter.
So I do have a tough question that I want you to be 110% honest on.
Yes, I've had Botox.
We know that. That was right when he got out. When obviously we have grown up in the world of television, of Hollywood, for the past 12 years, and 12, 15, God, you lose count. But in that world, we were told, no politics, you keep quiet about it, no religion. And when I came out politically, I know there were some people in the family that was like, she needs to be quiet, she needs to be quiet. And it worried a lot of people. It scared a lot of people. What were your thoughts and feelings? And was there part of you that was scared because of how we all, as a society, have been conditioned?
Well, no, because if you'll remember back in season 1 of our show, we were asked to take out the prayer saying about praying before we eat. And I said, if we can't worship our God on this show, then we don't need to be doing a show with you. So, you having a voice, you was raised to be heard. And I've always told you that there's no room you can't walk into. Little did I know that I was conditioning you to be the savior of mine and your mother's life.
So as being a Christian, conservative, older man, what is some advice that, right? Yeah, of course. He's always told us. We lost track of his birthdays growing up.
I've caught up with my children's age at this point.
Yeah. What advice would you give to this group of young conservative adults that are struggling now in a world of technology and social media, or not feeling like their voice is being heard?
I would say to you to stop listening to the noise, because you are a child of God. You are made perfectly as you are. And we as a country should wrap our arms around each other. We should not ostracize people. I believe that our country, that we are a melting pot, and we want people to feel safe in our country and to come here, but to come here legally. I would say that you're a child of God, so you're loved all the time. And I watch young kids every day struggle with the comments that are made about them on social media, or someone said this about them in school. Their opinion only matters to you if you allow it to matter. And, you know, we are more than just someone else's opinion. And at the end of the day, I choose not to fight what people say about me, because I'm gonna let God do that, because he saw it too.
I love that. Well, why don't we open up to the audience for some questions? Perfect. Someone's walking around with a mic. We'll just go to the people with the mics.
Is it me? As Christians, what do you think about like the separation of Christian and politics? Like, how much should you get involved in your church and stuff?
I think personally that you as a young man should always be involved in, should have a political view, and that it should be guided by your faith.
I think for me, when you live the Word of God, that dictates every decision that you make in your life. And when it comes to politics, you can't sit and say you're pro-life, or you can't sit and say you're not pro-life while being a Christian. And I also say to people, I know too that what I'm about to say is a very conflicting, half the people in this room won't agree, half may. But even when it comes to gay marriage, I know what the Bible says about it, but I also know that the Bible says I had your life mapped out for you before you were ever even conceived. And at the end of the day, we were called to love people and love people well. And I think that's what life is about. Show up, love people well, and you're set.
Good morning. My name is Dom Savello, and I'm from Kerr County, where the catastrophic Guadalupe River flood happened. What are your thoughts on what happened back in Kerr County? And what are your thoughts on the people politicizing what happened and saying that we deserved this?
You know, again, I try not to listen to the noise, because if you're listening to the noise, you're not helping. So my heart breaks for you and your community, and for every child that was lost, every individual that was fighting to save a child. My heart breaks for you, because I have children. I believe we should be less worried about politics in a time of need like this, and we should band together.
This right now is not a left or right issue. This is a humanity issue, and lives were lost. So when it comes to politicizing disasters like this, I absolutely find it disgusting, and that's not what matters.
Hi, thank you guys. This is mostly for Todd. I know you were in the prison. So as someone,
Shocker.
I don't want to say a victim because that's a terrible mentality, but I was looked into by the FBI because of my political views. But as somebody who is a conservative but wanted to go in law enforcement, to leave that out of the picture, to fully focus on a career, how do you think we can go about that and continue our career, even though having this over our head with the FBI looking into our personal lives because somebody didn't agree with our personal opinions?
Well, I think that was the Biden administration and the administrations before.
Or it may not have been.
I do believe that with Kash Patel at the head of that agency now, you're going to see a lot of change. But we cannot, through adversity, wilt. That is our time to stand up. And I can tell you, during the Bureau of me being in prison, there were so many men that were mistreated that didn't have a voice. And I stood up against that at every turn. I mean, there's people in here tonight whose families are here who still have incarcerated loved ones in. Hannah, if you're out there, I hear you. But at the end of the day, I think that you have to stand up against what you know is wrong. And we have to applaud when it's right.
And also, do not you follow your dream. If it doesn't matter who is looking into you, whether it's the FBI, DOJ, whoever, you allow that to be your fuel to fight harder.
Amen.
Because for me, if I would have allowed the IRS, DOJ, Fulton County, all these people, they tried to scare me. I could have just laid back, laid down, and just let them run all over me. I didn't. I fought back. And because I fought back, in the midst of it, it was hard. There were times I wanted to give up, but I knew I had to do the right thing in the end, so don't allow anyone to take your dream from you.
And you know, to go back to you, when we came home, my wife said to me, she said, "Are you going to leave this alone?" And I said, "No." And I said, I'm going to make sure that it's exposed what has happened to us. And so after going through what we went through, it would be easy to sit back and say, okay, you win. I'm not going to say anything else. That's not what God wants you to do. God tells you to speak out. So you speak out and stand up for yourself.
I'm so grateful she asked that question because I have a very similar question. How do you help people not be hypocrites and actually stand up and be courageous and actually be the Christians they say they feel they are?
You know, I think, and I've said this for years to my children, that we as Christians are sometimes our own worst enemy. That we want to kind of be quiet when there's an uncomfortable situation. I have never believed in being quiet, which everyone in this room knows. I believe that we should stand up for what is right. And I think at times we've all been hypocrites. You know, we don't want to get involved in certain things. Well, you know, that's an uncomfortable situation. I can tell you for 28 months, I was uncomfortable. But at no time did I not stand up and speak out and say, this is injustice, this is inhumane, people should not be treated this way, and you can't talk to him that way. So I'm saying to you, if someone in my circle thinks I'm being hypocritical, I want to be called out for that because I want to be the voice of God.
But I also think, too, the biggest misconception about Christianity is that it's perfection. That you're supposed to show up and look perfect and act perfect and say the perfect things. Christianity is messy. You're going to be angry at God. You're gonna doubt God. You're gonna go through these ebbs and flows. And the reason so many young adults are veering away from the church is because we've been taught it's perfection. It's not. It is messy, and it is the most beautiful mess you could ever live because at the end there's redemption.
And you know, I'll add to that. I think when you say that so many young people are leaving the church, I think it's because it's not that they're wanting to leave the church, they're leaving the message that's being delivered. The church should always adhere to what is biblical, what the scripture says. And you go to church to find out the truth, not a whitewashed, sugar-coated version that makes everyone feel comfortable.
Hi, my name is Giancarlo Stuset. I'm a conservative activist from Puerto Rico. My question is for Savannah.
Yes.
You just talked about supporting gay marriage and empowering women and standing up to men. And we know the attacks of feminism to traditional families. Do you consider yourself a feminist?
I do not. I do not consider myself a feminist. I believe that what is so powerful about being feminine is having a voice and knowing when to use it, and then knowing when to be soft. So no, I don't believe that I'm a feminist, but I also do believe that as women, we have a seat at the table. We deserve just as much pay as a man gets. We deserve that equality. But I also do believe I grew up with Southern values. I want to take my kids to school. I want to cook dinner for my family. I want to provide. So I truly do believe the feminine energy is strong while also being soft at the same time.
I'm proud of you.
This will be the last question.
Hi, so my name is JC Swearingen. I'm from up north, Yulee, Florida. I grew up watching your show, so shout out to my mom. She loves you guys. So my question's for Todd. I was wondering, how did you keep your faith, especially being in prison? And, was it a tough journey to, be able to wake up and pray, but be surrounded by, gray walls? And how was that situation?
I will tell you that my faith grew much stronger. My faith, when you're stripped away of everything and all you have is God, that's when He's right in your face. And I will tell you, with all of the men that was there that I worshiped with, that I still communicate with, my faith today is stronger than it has ever been. And I don't know that it would have happened had I not been there.
I think one of my favorite things that you say is prison is the greatest equalizer.
It is, because, when you're in prison, it doesn't matter that you have a mansion waiting on you, or you have cars and money and whatever, because not everyone has that. But in prison, you have $360 a month that you can spend. You wear the same clothes. You have the same routine. And I will tell you, the brotherhood that was created with me there is something that will carry me for the rest of my life. So God was good to me.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you guys so much. And Dad, we'll end it on a lighter note. What was your favorite food in prison that they concocted and made?
Quesadilla.
And how did they make it?
We made it with an iron, like you iron your clothes.
So, welcome to prison, guys. But thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Cliff Maloney.
Hello, Turning Point. All right, I'm the last thing between you guys and the big debate, so I'll make this quick. Any Pennsylvanians in the house? Make sure you thank those folks for delivering the White House to Donald J. Trump. Look, I love coming to Turning Point events. You guys are so full of energy. Partnering with Charlie, Lauren, Tyler, the whole team. It's an amazing thing. But 10 years of my life now have been spent in politics. And this is my one-liner I've been waiting to deliver at a Turning Point event. Who knows the definition of politics? Poly, from the Greek, meaning many. Ticks, blood-sucking creatures. Welcome to politics, folks. I say that because my big ask to everybody out here is to get involved. Okay, Tyler talked about this earlier. You guys can get involved with Turning Point, get involved with us at Citizens Alliance. But I'm going to say this, my big announcement, yes, we did the PA chase in 2024. We're going to double down. We're going to make PA the red wall so the Democrats cannot win a national election again in my lifetime. How about that? And the last thing I'm going to say to you, we're looking for partners out there, Turning Point and other groups. we are moving our PHA's team not just in Pennsylvania, but we're going to go into New Hampshire to try to actually flip a state from blue to red. Any of y'all out there want to win New Hampshire? Make some noise for that. I'll end with this. I appreciate all of you, any of you that went out and knocked doors in 2024. The battle is just beginning. Let's continue to win. Let's not let off the gas. Thank you, Turning Point. Thank you, everybody.
Everybody, how are we all doing? So first, where were you a year ago today? I bet you remember exactly where you were. A year ago today, Donald Trump was in Butler, Pennsylvania. A year ago today, our republic was probably saved by just a couple of centimeters. A year ago today, by the grace of God and a turn of the head tilt, a bullet whizzed by Donald Trump's face and barely scraped his ear. And as we're closing out this conference, I think we just need to just remember how far our nation has come in the span of 1 year, of how much has changed. And thanks to the goodness and glory of God, that Donald Trump turned his head at that very moment. I'll never forget where I was with my daughter. All of a sudden, I saw we were in some workout area, and all of a sudden on screen, Donald Trump shot. You all remember where you were when you first heard the news. And then what a sigh of relief when we saw him rise up and he said, fight, fight, fight. 1 year ago to this day. But the reason I wanted to start with this is that we also lost one of our own patriots that day, Corey Compatore. And we should just do a moment of silence for 10 seconds to remember Corey Compatore that lost his life a year ago today. Thank you. And I know that so many of you have been to MAGA rallies. He died a hero's death. He put his body in the way and saved his daughter's lives that they may live. For the men out there, that is the best of MAGA masculinity. And Corey, we remember you today here in Tampa, Florida. Our last bit of programming here is going to be a debate. As many of you guys know, I speak a lot about this on college campuses. I get so many questions about this topic on college campuses. Some of my best memories ever, I've been going to Israel, traveling to Israel, seeing where Jesus rose from the dead. Jesus walked on water, spoke in the Garden of Gethsemane, gave the sermon, Mount Beatitudes, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in Hebron. And some of my greatest experiences have been in the Holy Land and defending Israel. But as you know, this is a very hot topic on campus and increasingly a hot topic in conservative circles. And I thought, hey, let's lean into that disagreement. Let's lean into that debate. Let's have two people that don't agree on this topic that are some of the best defenders of the position when it comes to Israel, when it comes to the 12-day war, when it comes to whether or not we should be supporting or sending aid to Israel. Because we as conservatives, we want to have this debate. We don't want to just all of a sudden say, oh, you're not allowed to say that. No, we want to foster an environment where we get to the truth. We want to find the best ideas and have the best ideas win. And so we are thrilled to have two men, and they know what they're talking about. I'm going to be moderating this. We're going to make sure that this remains mostly peaceful. So give it up for Josh Hammer and Dave Smith, everybody.
So Josh and Dave, welcome to Turning Point USA. Welcome to Tampa. And give it up for both these men again. So we have a clock here. We can blow through that if this is going well and respectful and spirited. I first wanted to start by introducing both these men. Josh Hammer, Newsweek, Josh Hammer Show. Josh is a very passionate and eloquent defender of Israel, and also is a great friend and someone that we talk about a lot of other issues as well. So Josh, welcome. Great to have you.
Great to be here, Charlie.
Also Dave Smith. Dave is comedian. A lot of fans of yours here in the audience, Dave. And also a libertarian. And we're not going to talk much about that. But we were talking about how much we agreed backstage on certain things. And Dave, means a lot that you made work here. You took an awful flight to get here from halfway across the country. And so, Dave, you could plug your stuff as well, because I don't know the name of your show and stuff. But I want to start with this. I want to start with opening statements, if you will. There are three big things that I want to cover. And we just did a focus group with some of our students here earlier. The three big things we want to cover. We want to cover the 12-day war between Israel and Iran. What do we think of that? Good, bad? How did Trump handle it? Number two, we want to talk about the appeared, the fake, or the real amount of Israeli influence in American politics, from AIPAC to how congressmen are involved, and kind of have our discussion debate. And then finally, it's one thing to be against stuff, everybody. You can always, I don't like this, I don't like that. I want both of these men to present what their solution is, their proposition of what they are proposing. So with that though, Dave, I thought it would be helpful. This is your first Turning Point event. Some people aren't familiar with your work. Introduce yourself, make an introductory statement, and the floor is yours, my friend.
Oh, well, thank you very much, and thank you guys for having me. As Charlie mentioned, I took a flight here, so I'm going on no sleep, so if Josh wins, it doesn't count. But I'm a stand-up comedian, and I'm also a libertarian. I'm really a follower of the greatest congressman who's ever lived, who is Dr. Ron Paul, who is turning 90 years old. Happy birthday to him. And as far as, look, I would say I think that American foreign policy for my entire life has been insane, and like criminally insane. We've launched war after war. We've talked about peace through strength the whole time, but all we've gotten is permanent militarism and forever wars against countries that pose no threat to us. And a huge part of the reason why we've embarked on this is because the neoconservatives hijacked our foreign policy, and they were in power after 9/11. And the neoconservatives, as everybody who's followed it knows, were joined at the hip with the Likud party. That's just a fact. They all admit it in their own words. And you can go back and you can read the Clean Break memo. You can read the companion piece, Coping with Crumbling States. This was written by David Wormser and Richard Pearl. And they laid out their plan. Now, their plan was that to help Israel, the clean break is a break from the peace process, a break from Oslo, which was designed to give the Palestinians their own state. And these neoconservative geniuses decided that instead of the Israelis making peace with the Palestinians, they could just have the US overthrow all of the surrounding governments that were giving Israel a hard time. And this is where four-star general Wesley Clark says that he saw the plans right after 9/11 to overthrow 7 countries in the next 5 years. And what was the last country on that list? It was Iran. Okay? This is a big part of what the whole conflict is about. Now, the neoconservative has kind of become like a pejorative for war hawks these days, and don't get me wrong, I support that. Keep calling them neocons. But the actual neoconservatives, the self-identified neoconservatives, aren't really in power anymore. But Benjamin Netanyahu is still in power in Israel, and the Likud party is still pushing for this. Now, I want, very quickly, I'll try to not go too long here. Okay, they actually did focus group testing back in the 90s, before the first Gulf War in Iraq. And Americans weren't really moved by, we have to reinstall the king of Kuwait. But they were moved by the nuclear threat. Now, if you go read Coping with Crumbling States or the Clean Break memo, in the 90s when the neocons admitted they wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein, they never said it was because he had nuclear weapons. They said he was a problem for Israel in the region. They only made up that lie after 9/11 because they knew that's what would sell you, or maybe not you, you're too young, but sell your moms and dads on going and fighting this war. And by the way, when they talked about wanting to overthrow Iran, it was the same thing. Never had nothing to do with a nuclear threat. That's just the thing they use now as the excuse. So yes, there is tremendous influence by Israel in our government. That doesn't mean I'm subscribing to some crazy conspiracy or telling you to hate Jewish people. I'm Jewish. I'm just saying they have influence. They've used it in a very negative way, and we should reject this insane foreign policy and embrace the foreign policy that Dr. Ron Paul advocated, which is the foreign policy of the founding fathers. Stay out of entangling alliances, stay out of unnecessary wars, be friends with the world, and trade with the world. That's the key to prosperity.
Thank you, Dave. Josh, opening statement, feel free to respond, and then we'll proceed as we go. So that was about 3.5, 4 minutes, so same amount of time.
All right, so it's really great to be here. Thank you, Charlie, for having me. Thank you, Turning Point, for having me back. It's really wonderful to be at this amazing conference. You know, Dave joked that he didn't get any sleep last night. Today's actually also a fast day on the Jewish calendar. I'm not eating or even drinking water. So we're all on the same page here. We're all just totally screwed. So you can kind of get off the same starting place there. Look, there's a lot of substance to respond to. I'll just really briefly do that, and then we'll talk about what I actually want to talk about in my opening remarks. Dave mentioned this alleged coordination between the neoconservatives, which I presume he means Bush-era foreign policy, and the Likud party. I presume half of you probably don't even know what the Likud party is. It's referring to the Israeli right. It's very instructive, and Dave always conveniently neglects to inform the audience of this, that the actual leader of the Israeli right back in 2002, a man by the name of Ariel Sharon, vehemently opposed the Bush administration going into Iraq. So this whole notion that Israel is talking America into foreign wars is total nonsense. Actually, in 2011, when the Obama administration toppled Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, it's actually well known that Libya actually sent secret diplomatic envoys to Israel trying to tell them to then talk to the United States and France to talk NATO off of that attack there. So this whole narrative is totally backwards there. But I want to kind of dumb things down a little bit here. I see a lot of people wearing 47 hats. I voted for President Trump multiple times. I love our president. You guys love our president, right? You love President Trump? Okay. This is Turning Point freaking USA. Charlie, God bless you. You have built the largest MAGA grassroots army in the country. Seriously, my friend, you deserve this. You all are card-carrying members of it. We here are part of that. The good news is that while no one should be afraid of debate, and this debate is a nice thing here, the MAGA movement is actually quite unified. Believe it or not, all the talk to the contrary when it comes to these issues. An overwhelming majority of self-identified MAGA Republicans support close U.S.-Israel relations. According to a CBS News poll, moreover, after the recent Operation Midnight Hammer B-2 bombers in Iran, 94% of self-identified MAGA Republicans supported President Trump's dropping those B-2 bombs on Fort Natanz and the other Iranian facilities there. This is a wildly popular policy there. What did Dave Smith say about this? He re-upped his now years-long crusade to call for Donald Trump's impeachment. Y'all probably don't know that about Dave Smith, do you? He's now called for Donald Trump to be impeached multiple times. But Dave, you know, look, I mean, I don't like when people misquote me either. You probably don't like when people misquote you. So I actually have a little bit of a highlight reel here of Dave Smith's tweets over the years. Dave Smith, March 19th, 2024. Donald Trump is responsible for around 500,000 deaths in Yemen, and between the weapons to Ukraine and the Abraham Accords Jerusalem embassy, he is at least partially responsible for the two worst humanitarian crises in the world. He's a war criminal who should spend his life in prison. He is calling Donald Trump a war criminal who should spend his life in prison. You should be livid at that. I am livid at that as a Trump supporter. Donald Trump, Dave Smith, June 16, 2025. Trump allegedly had full prior knowledge of Israel's attacks and gave it his blessing while pretending to be negotiating with the Iranians as a cover. If this is true, Trump is the most impotent bitch of a leader imaginable. He's calling our president, the greatest president in my lifetime, an impotent bitch. Are you kidding me? June 21st, 2025, Donald Trump has now launched an illegal war of aggression against Iran. The risk of an absolute catastrophe is very high and the benefits are non-existent. Dave Smith, June 21st. Dead wrong. This notion that World War III would start, not a single American casualty. We should be celebrating that. Donald Trump fulfilled multiple campaign promises. The escalator speech in 2015 at Trump Tower, he literally said, I'm not going to let Iran get a nuclear weapon. And guess what? He said, I oppose a neoconservative foreign policy. He did both of those things with Iran. He deprived the Iranian regime of nuclear weapon while not losing a single American sailor, soldier, or Marine while depriving them of nuclear weapons. And finally, Charlie, I'll end on this. Dave Smith, July 8th, 2025. In the last month, Donald Trump has launched a war of aggression on behalf of a foreign government, exploded the debt, announced that he's continuing the Biden policy of arming Ukraine, and covered up a giant child rape operation. So according to my interlocutor, Donald Trump is not just engaging in wars on behalf of a foreign government, he is also covering up the world's giant pedophilic child sex trafficking ring, allegedly, I presume, on behalf of a foreign government as well. So I'm disgusted, frankly, that this man is on stage, but I'll end it at that.
Okay, well, got it. So you can see peace is hard. I'm trying to keep the peace. Now, Dave, I want to give you an opportunity, about 4 minutes to respond to that. But also, I do want to, now that we had the opening salvos and the Tomahawk missiles launched, let's respond as you see fit. No, and then bring us to the 12-day war, because let's stay focused on that.
Yeah.
We can.
Well, the thing, Charlie,
but defend yourself,
Sure.
obviously.
Well, the thing is, Charlie, as you may have noticed, and some of you may have seen some of my other debates, every single time I come up here to debate issues, and they come up here to debate me and my character. It's all they have every single time, because they can't actually take on any of the arguments. And so the most pathetic low-hanging fruit of, you guys like Trump, this guy said bad things about Trump. Listen, guys, I'm a free American. I supported Donald Trump in this last election. Yes, he did just actively cover up a giant child rapist ring, and I'm going to criticize him for that, okay? And I'm sorry, after all these years of us right-wingers saying, protect the children, come on, that's bad for your soul if you don't. You speak up about that. It's horrible what he's doing. And, you know, as far as the actual substance of what Josh said here, which there really wasn't much, but I already pointed this out the last time we debated, his topic about how Sharon was against the war in Iraq is total nonsense. Sharon's envoy initially opposed it when he found out that Bush was going to invade Iraq, not because he didn't want Saddam Hussein to be overthrown, but because he wanted regime change in Iran first. And then when the George W. Bush administration assured him that Iran would come next, they got on board with it and they started pumping out all types of propaganda about how Saddam Hussein's nuclear secret sites that didn't exist. And Benjamin Netanyahu, the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history, that year in 2002, came to Congress and testified under, a congressional testimony that anyone can go watch, and advocated not that the U.S. let Israel do it, but that the U.S. overthrow Saddam Hussein. I believe his words were, I guarantee that peace will spread through the region. And he also advocated that we overthrow Muammar Gaddafi and the mullahs in Iran. So you're just wrong about it. That's not true. And yes, have I been critical of Donald Trump when I think he gets things wrong? Yeah. I mean, I think that's what we should do. This is America. You criticize the government when they get things wrong. And so I don't even know what else.
Josh, wait 1 sec, Josh. I got to keep the peace here. Dave, about a minute-ish.
Okay.
A minute and a half. No, I'm taking her time. I'm just...
Look, as far as
take about a minute and a half and try to do the 12-day war thing.
Yeah, sure. As far as the 12-day war goes, I mean, look, I'll be honest. Donald Trump, it might be the greatest thing he's ever done in his life that at the end of the 12-day war, after the Iranian response was as weak as it was, and they gave us advanced warning, so there were no American casualties, he started pushing for a ceasefire. And that was great that he did that. But the point is that the war never needed to be launched to begin with. Iran did not have nuclear weapons. Iran, according to all of the intelligence, including our Director of National Intelligence, until a day after Israel bombed them and she changed her mind, go read the annual threat assessment from earlier this year. Iran had not made the political decision to acquire a nuclear weapon, and they were in negotiations with Donald Trump at the time to bring their enrichment down. There was just no need other than the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu wants that regime overthrown.
Josh, feel free to respond. Thank you.
I'd be curious if Dave Smith also believes in the tooth fairy and pink unicorns. I mean, what lie does Dave Smith not believe, frankly? Look, the recent 12-day war is literally the encapsulation of the Trump doctrine of foreign policy. Donald Trump ran against neoconservatism. He is not a neoconservative. That's good, because neoconservatism is actually really, really bad. I actually have a whole chapter in my book, Israel and Civilization, talking about how bad neoconservatism is. It's chapter 7. If you haven't read it, you should go ahead and pick up a copy. So it's really good that Donald Trump opposes moralistic nation-building boondoggles. Guess what Donald Trump is also not, and never has been since day one? He's never been a hardcore isolationist. He is a a foreign policy nationalist and realist. We would say that he is a Jacksonian. He is in the mold of Andrew Jackson, one of his favorite presidents of all time, because he believes in generally following the very wise advice of George Washington in his farewell address that you should beware of foreign entanglements. But when you are attacked, you are going to punch back 3 times as hard. How many times has Trump said that in a debate there? When he's punched, he's going to punch back really, really, really hard. What happened in the 12-day war was you had a close ally, Israel, that through their wonderful control of the skies, and they're taking out the missile launchers and the IRGC command there, essentially paved a very clean runway through that, and they're neutralizing Hezbollah last year in 2024, that then allowed the United States to come in with the B-2 bombers and the death blow. It was a perfect alley-oop. For you basketball fans, it was kind of like Kobe Bryant tossing it to Shaquille O'Neal back in the way. It was a perfect tag team operation to neutralize and set back by many years the threat of a regime that, whether or not we care to admit it, has actually been at war with the United States at least since the 1983 Beirut, Lebanon, Hezbollah barracks bombings that slaughtered 241 Marines, arguably since the 1979 hostage crisis as well. Again, Donald Trump fulfilled multiple campaign promises. He set back the nuclear program. Not a single American soldier, sailor, or Marine died. It was a brilliant, brilliant move of statesmanship, a fantastical move. Frankly, it's a borderline Mount Rushmore worthy accomplishment, I would say.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to insert myself because I don't want us to talk past each other because these conversations have a tendency to do that. So I'm going to ask both of you a critical question that both of you guys already launched. Josh, to you first. Dave's contention, and Dave, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the nuclear program was not a threat, correct? That it was a intel push. Would you even say that? I'm strong-manning your argument, steel-manning it. Josh, what do you have to say to that, to the veracity of the claim that there was an imminent threat of Iran getting a nuclear bomb? That is a core point of Dave's argument. Then, Dave, I'm going to throw back an equally difficult question for you. Josh.
Okay, so I profess agnosticism as to the imminent nature, Charlie, because I have not seen the reports. Neither have you, neither has Dave. Literally, no one in this room has actually seen the report. So I do not know literally what the exactly imminent nature of the threat was. It would be impossible for me to say. I'm not going to bullshit you and pretend like I know because I simply don't know. What I can say is the following. Iran has transparently and obviously been trying to acquire a nuclear weapon for 2.5, 3 decades. We know this for approximately 1 to 2 million different reasons. Among them that we can point to is that the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Administration, which is essentially the nuclear watchdog for the United Nations, they have been sounding the alarm about this, and they have said very loudly and clearly that Iran has blocked their inspectors from going to inspect their enriched uranium, and that they have concluded over recent years, especially including recent months, that Iran is enriching uranium at a much quicker rate and to a much higher percentage and rate of enrichment than any civilian program would ever justify. By the way, the notion that Iran even needs a civilian program in the first place, I think, is kind of bonkers. It's one of the most petroleum, oil, and gas-rich countries in the world, so that's kind of a bit of a red herring in and of itself. But we know from a million different international organizations that they have been doing this. And Charlie, more to the point, again, you know, Dave likes to say, oh, they just chant death to America, which they do. They literally chant it every single day in their Potemkin parliament. But they actually do act on it. They killed hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers on the roadside of Fallujah, Al-Anbar province during Iraq with Qasem Soleimani supplied IEDs. They have killed Americans going back to the 241 Marines in Beirut, Lebanon. By the way, the Hezbollah jihadists who organized that operation to slaughter those Marines in Beirut, Lebanon in 1983 was a man by the name of Fuad Shakur. The U.S. State Department had a $5 million bounty on his head following the 1983 slaughter of the Marines there in Beirut. He went alive for 41 years. You know who killed him last year? The IDF. Israel took out this guy that the State Department had a $5 million bounty on for 41 years for killing 241 of our boys back in 1983 in Beirut.
So I'm going to now ask, a really tough follow-up for you. You do not want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. Bad. Would you, if it ever took, if it required U.S. troops on the ground, would that be worth Iran not getting a nuclear weapon?
Charlie, with respect, I reject the premise. I simply do not think it does, actually.
I know. It's a hypothetical, but it's worth thinking about. Okay. Dave, I got to ask you tough questions now. Okay?
Yeah, but I want to respond to some of this stuff, because all of that's wrong.
You will. Hold on. I don't want us to talk past each other, else we're going to spend all this time on prime ministers in 2002 that the audience doesn't know about.
No, but if he's making claims about like something that's just not true.
I want you to get to, but I want to just ask a very simple question. From your perspective, because I just asked the tough one to Josh, are you okay Or do you think we should do anything to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb?
Anything, sure. Yeah, there's lots of things I think we should do.
Is military action ever justified?
Well, again, yes, there are times when military action is justified, but if you're saying what we could do to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, what we were doing, Donald Trump was in negotiations with them, and I think he should have continued those. And the truth is that the big problem with the JCPOA that Obama got us into was that there were sunset provisions. They opened up a whole new inspections regime. It is not true that the IAEA is saying that Iran was about to get a nuclear weapon. Anybody you want, it's published online. You can go read the conclusion of their last report where they explicitly said Iran does not have nuclear weapons and is not trying to develop them. They are enriching at 60%, and they were in negotiations to maybe bring that down. But when you bring up the fact of the Marines getting killed in 1983, it's actually an interesting, Ronald Reagan, who was president at the time, he wrote about this in his memoir. Now, if you know what Ronald Reagan did was he pulled out after that. He turned tail and run. And he said in his memoir, he said, I underestimated the irrationality of Middle Eastern politics, and we never should have gotten involved in that. Now, if you want to say that Iran backed them, okay, a couple years after that, Charlie, there was a scandal in the Reagan administration. It was the something Contra, Iran-Contra, that's right. Ronald Reagan was selling weapons to the Iranians a couple years after this happened. So to come back now 40 plus years later and use that as the excuse why we got to go to war with Iran, I mean, just think about how crazy this is. And the stuff he said about the roadside bombs in Iraq is just not true. It's been debunked. It's more war propaganda that's been debunked. I highly recommend anyone can read the book Enough
Have you
Already.
spoken to a
Josh, 1 second.
I highly recommend people read the book Enough Already. It is the best book that's been written about the terror war by Scott Horton. He has all the footnotes in there. You can go through it yourself. It's completely debunked. Those roadside bombs were built by Shiites in Iraq. Now, some of them did have relationships with Iran, but the majority of Iraq is Shiite. So yes, we invaded the next door country and we got into some fights with the Shiite groups there. But to say that's a reason why we now have to invade Iran or we have to bomb them or something, it just doesn't make any sense.
One or two really quick, Chris, follow-ups,
Sure.
and then we'll do this. Both sides need to get under good cross-examination. Do you think it would be bad if Iran got a nuclear bomb?
Yes, I think it's bad. I think it's bad.
And I think we can all agree on that. That is a moral agreement.
I don't think anybody should be allowed to have nuclear weapons secretly.
Right, and so...
How about that?
I will ask Josh about that, because that's a not-so-subtle dig at Israel. However,
hold on, are you suggesting that Israel has nuclear weapons?
I don't know, actually. They probably do.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know the intelligence. I'm not that of DNI, but I mean, they probably do. But let me ask you, Dave. Now, another question. What is your, now, let's just say, criticism? No U.S. troops were killed. It required no U.S. troops on the ground. There was no war. It lasted 12 days. Fordo was pretty eliminated. I mean, even the Iranians say it. So looking at it now, 12 days later, what is your problem with what seems to be a masterclass in 12 days, in, out, no problem, no U.S. troops, and we've kind of moved on? What would your problem with that be?
You know, I think, and I do think there's something really sick and poisoning about this, is that our country has become so addicted to war that if we launch a war and you go, well, hey, it wasn't a complete catastrophe. I mean, 1 million people didn't die in this one like in Iraq, or hundreds of thousands didn't die in this one like in Afghanistan or Libya or Syria. It's like, okay, look, people died in this war, okay? There were both Iranian civilians and Israeli civilians who died in this war. It was a terrible thing for them and their families. This was a catastrophe. And my point is that the war never needed to be launched to begin with. But there's no reason why we even have to be enemies with Iran. They oppose this is a third world country in the Middle East that does not have nuclear weapons, does not have intercontinental ballistic missiles, does not have an air force capable of hitting us with anything. This is Israel's problem. We don't need to be involved in this. Sorry, we got our own issues here. And look, again, I'll give Donald Trump credit that, okay, it didn't turn into a catastrophe. He took the off-ramp when he had the chance. But look, a lot of that was out of Donald Trump's control. The risk of this war, like a lot of people love to, like Josh likes to read my tweets when I was saying this could turn into a catastrophe.
Because you were dead wrong, you look stupid.
Oh. Josh. Guys, don't say.
Hold on. No.
Let's de-escalate the stupid stuff.
No, actually, what Josh is saying is the lowest IQ argument that anyone can make. I was warning that there's a risk of a catastrophe, and he's saying you're stupid because there wasn't a catastrophe. This is on the level of playing Russian roulette, and if the bullet doesn't go off, you go, see, dummy, you were warning that could go bad. That doesn't prove anything. Listen, for all you guys, if you talking about how big and bad the Iranians are and what a scary threat they are, what if they hadn't given us advance notice? What if Iran was actually as suicidal as people like Josh pretend they are? And what if their response had killed a few hundred Americans in the region, which by all military assessments, they are capable of doing? What would Donald Trump have had to do then, Charlie? What would he have done?
I'm the moderator.
No. Okay, sorry.
Like, come on, Dave.
It was a rhetorical question.
I know, but both sides are getting tough questions here.
The point is, Donald Trump would have had to respond even harder.
How many would have, could-haves are we going to have here? This is not living in reality.
Let's give Josh a chance to respond.
Yes,
but first,
Josh, it didn't happen. It's a counterfactual.
1 second.
You hadn't have had breakfast this morning.
When people talk over each other, they don't like listening to that. So that's why I'm here. Josh, I want you to respond to that. But to Dave's point, do you think Israel has a secret nuclear program, and is that a problem?
Yeah, I think it's not particularly disputed that Israel has a nuclear program. We know exactly where it is based. This is not a particularly hidden thing there. I mean, it's so well known, in fact, Charlie, that I don't know exactly why it's officially a secret. Unofficially, it's not much of a secret. I'm non-Israeli. I have no idea why the exact policy is the way it is. I don't particularly have a program with it. As I said, it's one of the world's worst kept secrets. It kind of just is what it is. But more generally speaking, I don't understand why we're going so far down this rabbit hole of would've, could've, should've. The people, look, let's say something very simple here. The people who said that Donald Trump's involvement in the 37-hour operation of the B-2 bombers flying from Missouri to Iran and back with not a single shot fired at our boys. By the way, as I said, that was partially due to the fact that the IDF had so neutralized the Iranian Air Force and their defenses there. So the fact that he was able to accomplish that so amazingly there, we should have seen that coming, because it was actually pretty easily foreseeable. And the people who did not see that coming are the people who have lost credibility to comment, frankly, on these affairs. People who warned about thousands and thousands and thousands of dead American lives, who said that China and Russia would swoop in and that this would be World War III. Well, you know what? God bless you all, because you apparently survived World War III. It was the shortest World War III of all of our lifetimes.
I didn't say any of that, so what are you...
Dave, I restrained Josh. Josh, keep going.
Again, this is the Donald Trump foreign policy doctrine in action. It is quick surgical strikes. Roger Stone was talking about it earlier. It's exactly right. He is not a neocon. Neoconservatism, bad. Isolationism, also naive and stupid. Donald Trump agrees with both those things. The nationalist, realist, MAGA, America First approach to foreign policy is to have strong nationalist allies that are generally capable of securing and patrolling their own regions in a way that redounds not merely to the allies' national interests, but also to the American national interest. That is exactly what Israel has been doing for 40, 50 years, as they have taken out Islamists and Sharia supremacist thugs in Gaza, in Yemen, Hezbollah. I mentioned Fuad Shakur, the Hezbollah jihadi who killed 241 Marines in Beirut, Lebanon, in 1983. There's a million examples there. That is the definition of an America First ally, and what just happened in the 12-day war is an encapsulation of the America First Trump doctrine, in this case, this tag team between the U.S. and Israel against the mutual threat of Iran in action.
Okay, so I want to now move, because it's important, but it's connected. So I think we have on full display a difference of opinion on the 12-day war. Now let's go to the next one. It's inferred in both of these points, but you only get to answer as yes or no one at a time. Is Israel an ally of the United States?
Yes, of course.
No.
Okay, so now we have disagreement. We're going to now figure that out. And then I want to then indicated in that is Israel influencing American politics? So I'm going to start with Josh, and then we'll go back to Dave. You say Israel is an ally. Spend a minute on that, and then address how some people have concerns that Israel is influencing the U.S. government, and then I'll allow Dave to have some time. Josh.
All right, there's multiple reasons why Israel is an ally. First and foremost, I think most people in this room are believers of some stripe, right? I am Jewish. Most of you are probably Christians, and God bless you for that. If you have any attachment whatsoever to the holy sites, if you have any attachment whatsoever to this narrow strip of land between the river and the sea, as the Hamas propagandists call it, then you're going to have some reason to care about this particular sliver of land. That's point number one. Let's just kind of get it out there, especially if you understand that we in Western civilization are fundamentally at war with barbarism, barbarism being best represented by the Islamists and Sharia supremacists. When you understand that Western civilization really just is the Bible, there is a special calling to have an ally with a certain part of the Middle East. That's point one. Point two is just the Islamist deterrent point, Charlie, which is that America has faced jihadism time and time again, going back for 40, 50 years. 9/11, obviously the most tragic example. We just saw it again on the streets of Bourbon Street in New Orleans on January 1st, just a few months ago there. If you care about deterring Islamism from conquering Western civilization, a point that you have very astutely been talking about a lot recently on your TV hits and on social media, a very, very important point. If you care about defending Western civilization from the barbarians, you absolutely have to place a special premium on this particular relationship. And then third is that if you actually care as I do, paradoxically, I actually care a lot about China. In fact, I think that America's by far #1 biggest threat this century is China. If you care about effectuating this broader pivot to the Indo-Pacific, as American foreign policy people have been talking about for 20, 30 years now, you have to have some way of stabilizing the Middle East. The way to do that is not to just adopt the stupid and asinine Barack Obama foreign policy of appeasing America's enemies. And the way to do that is to embolden your allies. Again, that is the Trump doctrine.
So we didn't get to the second part of the question. So do you want to just start on the ally, and then we'll do, you can incorporate both, Dave. He had 2 answers in a row, so take 3 to 4 minutes.
Well, look, this idea that the great battle of our time is us versus the Islamists, us versus these barbarians, that's really the problem here in the United States of America. Lebanon, that's what you got to worry about. Listen, I think everyone here, all you guys should know this at this point. Our problem in America is the deep state of the United States of America, okay? They're the ones who framed Donald Trump for treason. His own intelligence agencies framed the sitting US president. And you know what that deep state wants, by the way? Permanent war. That's what they always want. That's how they and their friends make their money. And so all of this talk is just so ridiculous, man. I mean, this talk about how, if you care about the holy sites in Israel, okay, sure. Obviously, Christians and Jews and Muslims have a connection to that land. But that doesn't mean we have to bomb Iran for Israel.
Who's saying that?
That doesn't... Well, we just bombed Iran. That was the first topic. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't mean that we have to support Israel slaughtering people in Gaza. None of that has anything to do with the holy sites. And in fact, a lot of sites get destroyed when there's bombs flying. But listen, the real problem for America, if you want to even talk about the Islam taking over America or taking over Europe, well, how did that happen? That happened because we completely destabilized the region, fighting war after war after war that did nothing but slaughter hundreds of thousands of people. And then our Western governments had the most insane open immigration policy that was basically suicidal. We're doing this to ourselves. We're $37 trillion in debt, and we're looking for another enemy to go fight. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, we've spent $20 trillion on empire and wars. And you know what? We can't tax enough money to pay for it. We can't borrow enough money to pay for it. So what do? We print the money. And now you guys are coming out into the world and you're wondering why you're 6 figures in debt from college and you're getting a job at DoorDash and the average house goes for $800,000 because we've destroyed the currency chasing these monsters that were never any threat to our country. So listen, one quick point. Adolf Hitler and the Nazis couldn't bring down America. Joseph Stalin and the commies couldn't bring down America. The British Empire couldn't bring down America. But you think the Hezbollah in Lebanon are a threat to us? They're a problem for Israel to deal with. We got our own
problems. Say that to the families of the Beirut barracks bombing in 1983. Seriously, say that to them. Have you spoken to the families of the people who have been killed in 1983 in Beirut, Lebanon, the people who have been killed by those IEDs in Iraq that you're just casually dismissing? Have you actually spoken to any of these families?
First of all, yes, I have.
The 9/11 families, any of them?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware of Iran's involvement in 9/11?
Yeah, okay. So you're just asking me questions over my attempt to answer them. Stupid.
This is why I'm here. So, why don't we both just take a deep breath, because they want to see a debate where they can make their mind up. They don't want to see interruptive stuff, okay? That's why this is going to be a different type of discussion. So let me both steelman your both arguments. You have to answer to me, okay? So Josh, well, actually to Dave first and then to Josh. Josh is saying, what about all of the Islamist death that they're responsible for, Beirut bombings? You mentioned the Shiite. That's basically the essence of your argument, right, Josh? By saying, did you talk to, he's saying, why are you minimizing this? That would be Josh's contention. Is that fair, Josh?
And 9/11, there's so many examples.
Right. Dave, respond to that, and then I will throw it back to Josh.
Well, I certainly don't think I in any way minimized any of those deaths. I made the point that Ronald Reagan still sold weapons to Iran a couple years after that, and I made the point that those roadside weapons were built in Iraq by Shiites there. That's not minimizing it. This is a huge part of the reason why we never should have invaded Iraq to begin with, because we get our bravest young boys killed. It's tens of thousands of them have committed suicide in the last few years, and that doesn't seem to stop anyone from wanting to pursue the next attack. So the point is, right, that I think if we want to really understand this stuff, it's wise to look at what some of the motivating factors for the hatred against us is. All you got to do is listen. Yes, I have talked actually to families of people who have died in Iraq. You know what? Overwhelmingly, they're non-interventionist, anti-war people now. In fact, did you know that in 2008 and in 2012, Dr. Ron Paul got more money from active duty military than all the other candidates combined, including Barack Obama, because the active duty military are actually the ones who are the most hardcore anti-war.
Again,
so don't invoke them to try to sell another war.
But Dave, I'm going to follow up with a tough question. I want you to make the case, because I don't want to have you be able to get past this. You say Israel is not an ally. That is not an opinion that people hear a lot. Why is that?
Look, all I'm saying is Israel has at every turn, and look, again, when I say Israel, I'm talking about the government of Israel. I'm not talking about the people there. And I'm specifically talking about Benjamin Netanyahu and the Likud party, who have been in control for most of this time, for most of my lifetime. Yeah, and most of the 21st century. And so when I say they have been constantly pushing America toward more aggressive policies, toward getting in more fights. And just like I always say, if you went out to the bar every single night with your friend, and every night your friend's trying to convince you to get into a fight, and while you're beating a lot of people up, you're also taking a lot of wounds, and you're going to jail, and you're getting in trouble, you gotta stop hanging out with that friend. And so I think that my position, I don't believe in wars of aggression and wars of choice. I don't believe in sanctions. I don't believe in that. We should be friends with Israel. We should trade with Israel and have a good relationship with them. But you know what? I also don't believe in welfare, and they shouldn't get another dime of U.S. taxpayer money, and they should not. So hold on. Their lobby should register as a foreign
That's a good segue. Finish that.
And they should stop blackmailing our politics.
Got it. So back to Josh. Back to Josh. Dave had some uninterrupted time there. Let's now address that, because, again, there's a text chain. I have all the text to prove it. Everyone knew where this debate was going, right, Dave? There's been no surprises. Josh, you knew that there's some concerns, and Dave mentioned it, such as, I think you're saying AIPAC. Is that correct?
Well, the broader Israel lobby, but that's certainly part of it.
Can you address this, Josh?
Yeah.
Because this is a question people are confused about. Take 2 to 3 minutes on this, and then build out the ally Israel at the end of it. But Josh, Dave is making a point I'd like you to respond to.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not a fan of AIPAC. I donated once to AIPAC, $54, like a decade ago, and I basically got swindled into doing it. So I'm not a fan of AIPAC. But AIPAC is not this nefarious boogeyman that Dave Smith and people make it out to be. It stands for America-Israel Political Action Committee. It is a group of Americans who place a premium on the U.S.-Israel relationship the same way that the NRA is a group of Americans who place a premium on the Second Amendment. I do too. I'm a concealed carry kind of guy myself. Same way that there are any number of other lobby groups that support any number of other things. By the way, there's also similar groups similar to AIPAC for American citizens to support U.S. relations with other foreign countries. Funny how these other groups never get brought up in this debate. For instance, anyone who's been to Glendale, California, you've probably heard folks in ANCA. That's the Armenian National Committee of America, a very loud, active group in Washington, D.C. Perhaps more nefariously, there is the NIAC, the National Iranian American Council. It's funny how in these debates, when you talk about various American American citizens who get involved to lobby or to express their political opinion, as the First Amendment gives you the right to do, because they think that the U.S. national interest is served by allying with a certain country. It's funny, and perhaps a little worse than funny, how the whole register as a foreign agent talking point comes up only in one context and one context only, which is AIPAC. Look, the notion, Charlie, that AIPAC, which again, I'm not a fan of. I have literally. I'm not a fan of AIPAC.
Why are you not a fan of it?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of AIPAC for the reason that I'm just about to give, actually, which is that AIPAC exists, their raison d'etre, their entire purpose for existing is to secure large-scale annual appropriations, currently about $3.8 billion annually, in U.S. aid to Israel. I'm not a particularly big fan of foreign aid in general, and I've been arguing for literally a decade that the U.S. should wind down foreign aid to Israel in particular. I think it actually is a bad idea for both countries.
Do we have agreement on that?
Yeah.
If you want to wind it down to zero tomorrow, we have agreement on that.
It can't be tomorrow.
But yes, I'd support winding it down.
So we have
too.
agreement on an end point?
Yes, sure.
Okay, keep going, Josh.
Yeah, so you obviously, yeah.
Oh, you guys are good people. They just cheered for agreement. I like this crowd.
That's the point. We're not here just to hurl insults. You could do that online. This is here to actually have some sort of, we're a nation. These are our fellow citizens. We got to figure this stuff out. Josh, keep going.
Yeah, so you obviously can't do it tomorrow because that would be to betray an ally in the middle of a hot war. That would send a terrible signal to other allies, Saudis, Emiratis, you name it. So you can't do it tomorrow. But I do agree that you should have a game plan, 5, 10, 20 years, whatever it is. I don't really care. Honestly, get a game plan in place to phase out this aid. It's not good for the United States. It's crony capitalism, Eisenhower defense industrial complex, Boeing, Northrop Grumman. All of that is totally true. And then from Israel's perspective, it's also bad for them too because it makes them overly reliant. It actually ends up undermining the entire notion of Zionism, the notion that the Jews should control their own right to their own existence in their own homeland. It undermines Zionism in the long run. So it's actually bad for both countries. But Charlie, this notion that AIPAC is this big, powerful lobby can be dispelled with literally one anecdote. And I only need one anecdote to dispel this oft-repeated notion, which is the entire 2014 to 2015 Barack Obama-Iran nuclear debate. The fact that the JCPOA, Barack Obama's Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action nuclear deal passed, is literally the singular data point that disproves the entire alleged existence of the nefarious Israel lobby that controls all politicians there. They failed epically to get that passed. But I do have a question, Charlie, for Dave there, which is...
I will translate it.
Okay. Well, Charlie, I would be very, very curious, based on Dave's recent tweets about Donald Trump doing XYZ things, whether it's covering up for a pedophile ring or engaging in foreign wars, all on behest of a foreign power. Does Dave actually think that Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, the entire Trump administration are literally bought off by the Jews? Is that actually your honest stance?
Okay, so what Josh is asking...
Well, yeah. Well,
is
first
what he
off,
just said.
Well, it's always, look, all of this, I mean,
and
literally...
I do have a tough follow-up for you,
No, but I'm
please
sorry,
answer.
but just like everything you just said, like all of it, I just find to be like the cheapest debate tactics. First off, I never said anyone's bought off by the Jews. We're both Jewish, and that's a dirty little trick you play. When I'm talking about
the only non-Jewish guy on stage.
I'm talking about a foreign... Yeah, I'm talking about a foreign government, and then you kind of imply, and no, again, this is all just straw men. It's this whole thing of like Dave saying AIPAC is this big bad monster that controls everything.
You just said foreign agents.
Hold on. Therefore, gun rights guy.
We got more agreement.
Yeah.
We love our guns, don't we, everybody?
Yeah. No, you know the NRA guys who always go, the key is to enforce existing gun laws. No, the key is to repeal every last one of the existing gun. There should be one law, the Second Amendment. That's the law. Okay, but all that, no, it is totally different to have a group of Americans advocating for a constitutionally protected natural right for American citizens than to have a group of Americans advocating for a foreign government in conjunction with that foreign government. That's a different thing. And to even, let me finish, Josh, and to even compare them is ridiculous. And listen, by the way, I'll just say this. Every single person in this room, you have to hate AIPAC. You don't even have a choice. You're here at Turning Point USA. AIPAC contributes millions of dollars to woke progressive Democrats if they support Israel. In other words, it's okay to destroy our country as long as that helps Israel. So I'm sorry, I don't know, Turning Point USA, this is my first time here. Quick question, are we allowed to support groups that contribute millions of dollars to woke progressive Democrats? Because I thought the answer was no.
So Josh, and then Dave, I'm going to have a tough follow-up for you, so take a drink of water. Josh, what would you say to that? Because, look, I wouldn't, some people would ask the question, okay, does AIPAC have more power than like your traditional like Armenian lobby? But more broadly, let's just take it more broadly. Like, is there any concern that, or how would you address the concern? Let me put it this way. How would you address the concern that some people have that a foreign government tends to have an outsized amount of platform in the US government?
Charlie, I think that there are tens, if not hundreds of millions of Americans who care a lot about US relations with the state of Israel for understandable reasons. This literally goes back, by the way, those of you who are familiar with your American history, this literally goes back to the American founding. The American founders were extremely eloquent and outspoken about this. From George Washington to John Adams to Hamilton to Abraham Lincoln's famous February 1861 speech referring to Americans as an almost chosen people. They quoted the Hebrew Bible over and over and over again. They understood that the Christianity upon which America is predicated is not exclusively, but has a lot of Old Testament Hebrew Bible emphasis therein. And that's been part of our Constitution, part of our legal code, part of our moral code since day one. So it is completely reasonable for people in the year 2025 to look at that, to look at all the other things we talked about when it comes to deterring Islamism and Sharia supremacism, when it comes to trying to achieve this Abraham Accord-style nationalist, realist foreign policy, when it comes to deterring the Iranian regime and their various proxies. It's very understandable for American citizens, again, Americans, to look at that and to conclude that we have important reasons for allying with Israel. They are not doing so on behalf of a foreign government. This framing is absurd. It's utterly absurd. They are doing so because they are patriotic Americans, and they feel it is their subjective sense that as patriotic Americans that this alliance is furthered.
And they are U.S. passport holders. Some
Yes,
people think that they're strictly foreign nationals. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's simply just not true. Now, again, I say that by way of someone who's been very critical of AIPAC, but it's just simply not true.
We're using that as a filler term. So now, Dave, for you, two quick ones. Do you think that the Council for American Islamic Relations should register as a foreign agent?
Yeah, I don't think there should be any groups advocating on behalf of foreign governments
you're being consistent.
Yeah,
great.
That's right.
Secondly, though, and Josh did not say this, but he laced it in through one of the salvos he said, Dave, you're accusing them of being bought by the Jews. Now, Dave, there is a rise of, I just think, some disgusting stuff online. I'm not blaming you for this. I'm not one of those people, right? But what do you have to say that there's this dark Jew hate out there? And you see it and I see it. I hate it. It's not good.
Yeah.
And everyone in this audience, guys, don't get yourself involved in that. I'm telling you, it will rot your brain. It's bad for your soul. It's bad. It's evil. I think it's demonic. And so, Dave, though, how do you navigate being critical of a foreign government while also, some people say, well, your fans hate Jews. You're not responsible for your fans. That is dumb. That is terrible. I don't believe that. At the same time, though, Dave, you have a big responsibility on your shoulders, right? Because you're saying something that is heterodox, not in popular opinion, that some people are trying to use to push a much more sinister agenda.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of truth to that, and I think that the fact is that the policies that the U.S. government is pursuing are almost guaranteed to create this. And look, I think there's a lot of factors here. I don't have nearly enough time to kind of give all of my thoughts on this, but I think as you young people know, right, even though kind of over the last year with Trump's victory, wokeism has been receding, at least to some degree, it really can't be overstated how much every institution in American life bought into racialism over the last 15 years. And it's like these young kids came up in an environment where that was just considered normal. You judge people by their race and make racialist arguments. And yes, now that has also been embraced by some people on the right. I will say that I think the best thing to always do in these situations is tell the truth, try to be a good person, try to deliver your message in the most compelling way, and let the chips fall where they may. But I do think that the level of Israeli control over our politics is frankly pretty undeniable, as much as people try to. Look, just think one example, right, of this. So Donald Trump, you remember at the end of the 12-day war, when Donald Trump starts pushing for a ceasefire, and then what does Israel do? They come in and start bombing regime targets, not nuclear sites. They come in and start bombing, and then Donald Trump was furious with Netanyahu. Obviously, he had his most angry moment toward Netanyahu when he said they both don't know what the F they're doing.
I kind of loved that moment, for the record.
Yeah.
I loved it.
I loved that moment too. But then the next day, he's right back to just advocating that they drop the charges against Netanyahu. He's still going to continue funding Netanyahu unconditionally. You know, anyone else, Donald Trump, would have come up with a nickname for him already and just been smashing them all over the place. He was trying to lure America into a war that Donald Trump didn't want to get into. But then we still got to...
He did because he literally chose to get involved. Like, that was Donald Trump's decision.
Right, but it was also his decision...
The Israelis had a backup plan.
Right, but it was also his decision to push for a ceasefire and to try to end the thing.
And Israel agreed immediately.
No, they bombed the crap out of him immediately. That's why Trump was so upset.
Simple question. I want to phase out U.S. aid to Israel, okay? I established that. Allegedly, Prime Minister Netanyahu is now getting on board with that as well. Certainly a lot of people in his coalition, too.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Well, he's basically said that, so you should believe it. But what exactly...
a politician saying something...
Let Josh finish his question.
You should believe
Dave,
it.
let Josh finish his question.
If the Israeli government were to agree that that is the best policy, and if the United States were to do that, then what in God's name is your actual problem?
Well, I'm sorry. So if America was not propping up Israel and America was not...
If we wind down the foreign aid, then what is your issue?
Well, there's other military intervention, obviously, so I'm not sure I follow. I'd be very happy to wind down the foreign aid. But other than that, what is my... Listen, I'm a non-interventionist, so I'm not saying America should get involved. But no, I mean, I do think objectively what Israel's doing to Gaza is horrible. I think...
And I want to talk about Gaza.
They couldn't do it without us.
So make that
but
case...
If they were, I would still be against that.
We have to go fast because people have flights and stuff, but I want to get to this, right? And we still haven't gotten to the final conclusion. So let's talk Gaza, because first I want to go, Josh, on October 7th, because I want you to remind people what happened on October 7th. And Dave, I'll be honest, I think your portion of the debate, your portion of your community could do a better job of remembering the horror on October 7th. I'm just going to be honest. I'm not putting that on you. I'm saying just your community. But I'm going to have, that's just me. I want you just to think, because I think we kind of forget, because there was something unique and terrible. Josh, I want you to talk about that. And then I want you to make the best case you can, because every human being's made in the image of God. I don't like seeing dead kids anywhere. I don't like seeing dead kids in Gaza. I don't like it. So we're Christians here. So Josh, I want you to kind of walk us through the series of events, because it can't be lost on us. Talk about Gaza. Talk about the horror of October 7th. Then Dave, I want you to talk about your criticism about Gaza. And then I'm going to ask you a follow-up, Dave, about something that happened from the Joe Rogan show. Josh, you first.
I'm just curious. Has anyone just put your hand up and make some noise? Have you been... Any of you to the parts of Israel that were slaughtered by Hamas? Anyone? All right, a few people, okay. So I was also there a few months after it happened. If you haven't been there, it's very difficult to describe what you see. You see these kibbutzim, these small villages. By the way, these were typically left-wingers. These were peaceniks that were establishing their villages on the border to try to engage in pen pal diplomacy, if you will, with the Arabs of Gaza. These are very kind of left-wing peacenik people. And you see just kitchenware throughout the streets, teddy bears everywhere, blood-stained walls, bullet holes as far as the eye can see. It's very difficult to describe. The only time that I had that similar feeling walking around places like Kfar Aza was when I was in Treblinka, the Nazi concentration camp itself. So, look, in total, and there's a brand new report talking about the extent of the mass raping and sexual violence that Hamas committed on October 7th. Combined, you're looking at roughly 1,200 people slaughtered. By the way, not all Israeli nationals. Dozens of Americans were either murdered or taken hostage in Gaza as well. In total, something like 40 to 50 different nationalities were represented of those who were slaughtered on October 7th. In fact, just looking at it from a very strictly, narrowly American perspective, October 7th amounted on its own terms to the largest American-only hostage crisis since Tehran in 1979, because of all the American citizens who were then taken hostage into Gaza. So it was an unspeakable atrocity. We don't really have all the answers to this day as to how it happened. Perhaps we never will. I certainly hope to get some clarity at some point there. But it was the single deadliest day for the Jewish people since World War II. And given Israel's small size, it's roughly the equivalent of 45 to 50 9/11s, if you can possibly contextualize that. So that was what precipitated this war. And it was a war that Israel, Charlie, did not want, as you know. Hamas took over in 2007. Israel repeatedly, time and time again, decided not to try to topple Hamas under the idea that you could potentially have an even worse alternative, better to deal with the devil that you know, and so forth there. October 7th, I think extremely reasonably, given the sheer level of carnage and terror and just outright satanic, demonic evil that happened, they quite reasonably concluded that that policy simply had to end. And what's happened in Gaza for the past year and a half, almost 2 years now, has been a protracted war in one of the most condensed urban environments in the world. It is very, 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 very difficult war-fighting conditions. I would like to remind you just of at least one or two very simple facts. One is that, let's not forget that Hamas, who Israel is at war against in Gaza, is a U.S.-recognized foreign terrorist organization. They are indistinguishable in that respect from Al-Qaeda or ISIS or any of these other foreign terrorist organizations. They are a rabid jihadist network that, like all these other jihadis and Sharia supremacists, also wants to kill not merely Jews, but Christians and all infidels. They say that very clearly in the 1987 founding charter. That is point number one. Point number two, Charlie, you mentioned that this is a very Christian audience. I am Jewish. We happen to share most of the Bible, and I am a firm believer in Genesis 1:27 that we are all made in God's image. That is one of my foundational beliefs in everything. I write about this at great length in my book, Israel and Civilization. To me, that's the single foundational ethical imperative of all of Western civilization. It informs my pro-life views and so much else. So I, like you and like so many others, also weep whenever innocent people are dead. There are 2 points to make, and I'll make them very briefly because I know I'm sensitive to time. One is that we know, because we actually have people like John Spencer, the head of urban warfare studies at West Point, who have actually been able to crunch numbers. We know that when you actually look at the civilian to combatant death ratios in Gaza, it is the most humane civilian to combatant death ratio in the entire history of urban warfare. John Spencer was there, by the way, in 2016, 2017 in Fallujah, Iraq, during the Trump-led ISIS counterinsurgency. The United States Army, God bless them, did not even do quite as well as the IDF in terms of civilian to combatant death ratio, according to John Spencer of West Point. Point number two, which is a very simple point that Dave Smith and his friends always like to look over, is that when you're just trying to ascribe moral culpability to every single tragic death in Gaza, Charlie, you made this point so well in your recent debates over in England against these highfalutin British faux intellectuals at Cambridge and Oxford, when you said that the moral culpability comes to people who are using human shields. That is just how it works. That is the law of war. That is the law of combat. That is just basic morality and logic 101. So that is essentially how I see Gaza.
I know Dave has plenty to say in response to that. So Dave, take 2 minutes, and then I have a crisp follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, geez, there's a lot there. First of all, look, if you support what Israel's doing in Gaza right now, I would just, like, my advice to you guys is just know that you never have a leg to stand on claiming to be pro-life for the rest of your life. Just saying that. If you, so it's okay to support policy.
Let's not boo our speaker,
It's okay to support a policy that is killing babies. All of a sudden, killing babies is negotiable. All right, fine. I'm just reading the room.
So, Dave, why don't you...
No, I'm not talking about for Hamas.
Hold on. Back up, Dave. Why don't
I just let you go on this whole long thing?
I know. I'm going to actually help you out here, Dave, okay? What I'm doing is I want you to tell the audience what's going on in Gaza, because some people in the audience don't know what's going on. So don't assume they know, and let's not get back...
Oh, okay. Well, I did assume that most people know that lots of babies are being killed in Gaza, but maybe I shouldn't have assumed that.
Don't be sarcastic about it, Dave. Instead, I mean this, because
no, I meant that literally. I did assume that.
Information loop where they're on social media all the time, okay? So walk through numbers, walk through what animates you to say something like that.
Well, okay. Well, let me respond to a few of the things that Josh claimed. I mean, if you want to go, there was just a major report a couple weeks ago in Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, where they had a bunch of IDF soldiers. They actually had one who went on record who was saying that they were ordered to shoot at crowds of people who were going into
desperately left-wing filth, by the way.
Josh, I let you talk. Let's please let Dave make his case.
Well, is the IDF soldier who went on the record also filth?
Probably.
Okay. All right, there you go. So if there, see, you're, whatever, that's when you'll criticize the IDF. Look, Josh is just lying when he says that Israel supported Hamas for all those years because they feared there might be a worse alternative. It's just not true. And this has been so widely reported. You don't have to rely on Haaretz. You can rely on all types of reporting, or you can just look at all of the leaders in their own words, what they said. They chose, Netanyahu, and this was very controversial in Israel. There were lots of critics of this. Netanyahu thought he had this brilliant idea, which is that he would prop up Hamas and keep them in power. His exact quote was, "We can control the height of the flame, So he was like, we'll keep these terrorists in power, and that way we can tell the entire international community that, look, we have no partner for peace. We have no one to deal with here. And that way we never have to negotiate with the Palestinians. This was the game that he played, and it blew up in his face and really blew up in the Israeli people's face on October 7th. And I've never downplayed October 7th. I know, but I'm just making the point that I never have.
Thank you for that, because what happened there is totally
evil. You don't have to downplay any of that, and in fact, I've criticized many other critics of Israel who have downplayed that. It was a horrible day. Awful, atrocious acts were committed by Hamas terrorists, but at the same time, Benjamin Netanyahu was propping those guys up. In fact, according to the Israeli former defense secretary, he sent the head of the Mossad to Qatar to, quote, beg them to continue shipping the money in. Meanwhile, they had a blockade around Gaza. They wouldn't let sugar, they wouldn't let potatoes in, because they claim that's dual use. That could be used to build rockets. So the kids can't get, food. Yet hundreds of millions of dollars in cash directly to Hamas. I guess money doesn't have a dual use. So, the whole mission of this, what you can't even really call a war, because it's not a war, it's the destruction of a captive people. Gaza's been occupied since 1967 by the Israelis, and they're now just slaughtering the people there that's a fact, and it's under the supposed goal that they want to eliminate Hamas and they want to retrieve the hostages. And yet, Hamas is not being eliminated. The Israeli government is claiming that they've killed 20,000 of their fighters, and yet there's still as many as there were at the beginning.
So Dave, let me ask you the follow-up that I wish that I had an answer to when you were on the Joe Rogan show, but that thing descended into a mess, right? It was madness. So I'm going to try to do it here. This was the best point that I think that for whatever reason it wasn't answered. How then should Israel have responded to October 7th? Be specific. I know you might say, well, don't kill kids, but hold on. How would you say you would be okay for Israel to respond? Because it would be a defensive war at that time. 1,300 of their own kids and women were killed and raped. So please just answer, how then would you be okay with Israel responding to October 7th?
Yeah, well, I certainly, look, I'm not saying that Israel was going to respond with zero violence from after October 7th. But I think the important thing to remember here is that, first of all, for the entire history of Israel's existence, they've been dealing with this terrorism problem. Now, I would argue that the Palestinians have been dealing with the terrorism problem from Israel as well, but and they've never, until Netanyahu, they never treated it as a problem for the regular old military. It was always targeted assassinations and special ops, and look, the truth is, this is the fact, right? When you have been occupying a group of people since 1967, Israel has completely controlled Gaza.
They withdrew 20 years ago.
Yes, okay, and if you want to go back and look at this, you can read Sharon's top advisor, in his own words, said the disengagement was to put the people...
We're running out of time. I know, but...
Okay, all right. I won't be able to go through all of this, but it's not true. Israel continued to occupy the whole time. And when people broke out...
They literally dug out their own cemeteries.
No, keep going, Dave.
Okay, so when people break out of Gaza and just start slaughtering civilians in Israel, yes, it was a horrible day and the world feels for those civilians, but at the same time, you have to know, if you're Israel, that the way that you respond to this is going to be how you're characterized in the international community. And so you would at least make some effort to not kill so many civilians. You can't, dude, Smotrich, the finance minister, was bragging for 3 months that not 1 ounce of grain would get into Gaza. Well, Hamas has all the food.
They're firing rockets from
Hamas has all the... Dude, you interrupt every 2 seconds, dude.
Please, let him...
Hamas has all the food they need. This is a war on the civilian population. And then, as is reported, admitted by IDF... By the way, this is admitted by the Israeli government. You can say whatever you want about Haaretz. They denied that they gave the orders, but they admitted that it was the IDF who was shooting at those people. Then after you deny the civilians food for 3 months, then you start shooting at the people who are desperately trying to get some food for them and their kids. So no, listen, I'm sorry, and I guess I am partly rejecting the premise of your question, but let me just say it like this, Charlie. If you're pro-life, and you say
It's a stupid argument. You should not buy this.
Guys, let Dave finish his sentence.
Shut up, bro. It's not.
Hamas
It's
is
a
a part
stupid
of
argument.
pro-life here.
It's a stupid argument. You haven't heard the argument. What's the argument that's stupid?
Dave,
You're not pro-life if
guys.
No, what's the argument?
It's Hamas that is not
What's
pro-life.
the argument?
Hamas
You
like
just
to
called
kill
stupid.
people.
Dave,
What's the argument?
this is what.
Hold on one second, Charlie.
I know people don't
What's
like
the argument
that
you?
not enjoyable to watch. Okay?
What's the argument that you called
Why
stupid?
don't you finish it, Josh?
Because he
let
doesn't
him
even
finish.
know what it is. He interrupted me before I even said it. Okay, here's the argument. If you're pro-life, it's not incumbent on you to have a plan for what the mother ought to do with the baby. Like, you don't have to have a plan for daycare and college funds and all that. You just say, hey, I think this option should be off the table. I don't think you have the right to murder the baby while it's inside of you. Likewise, I'm not saying I have to have the perfect plan. If we had more time, I could expound on what I think they should have done. But how about don't deny 1 ounce of grain for 3 months and then shoot at the poor people who are trying to get food?
Josh,
how
respond.
about you take that option off the table? Is that argument stupid, Josh?
Dave.
Okay,
Josh.
The party in Gaza that is not pro-life is Hamas.
Agreed.
Hamas is the jihadist, U.S.-recognized foreign terrorist organization that in their founding charter, by the way, they were founded simply as the Palestinian Arab offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood.
We all agree Hamas is bad. Well, no, I'm not going to sit here while he interrupts me every time I speak and never interrupt him.
Dave, respectfully, you are criticizing him for interrupting, so don't do that. So just let's have an uninterrupted narrative. Just thank you.
Okay. Hamas calls in their founding charter for the death not merely of every Israeli, not merely every Jew, but of every infidel, which they identify as not merely all Christians, but also all Muslims who don't subscribe to their idiosyncratic form of Sunni Sharia supremacism. So the group in Hamas, excuse me, the group in Gaza that is not pro-life is Hamas. And Hamas has the unequivocal, and I would argue sole moral culpability for the human shield-induced deaths of all the women, civilians, and babies when they are indiscriminately firing rockets, mortars, and missiles from mosques, from United Nations schools, and on. That is where the blame goes. The blame goes to Hamas. Once upon a time, anyone with any decent functioning moral compass or any knowledge of international law 101 would have been able to tell you that. So that is where this goes.
But again, it's just you pivot to blaming Hamas, and they're the ones who aren't pro-life, as if I was making the claim that Hamas is pro-life. I'm criticizing Benjamin Netanyahu for funding and propping up this horrific terrorist organization. So how are you in one breath going to talk about how terrible they are and then completely remove culpability from the guy who kept
Dave,
them in power intentionally?
I am curious. Got it. I'm curious. I got to interrupt. What is your response to the human shield argument? It has been proven. Yes. It is legit. What is your response to a fact? We don't know how widespread it's done, but I think it's rather that Hamas uses human shields.
Yeah, they certainly have. I'm not denying that. But at the same time, like, it's kind of, you know, if let's say, like in a domestic criminal situation, if there was somebody who killed a bunch of people and then they ran into a school and they're like using the kids as human shields, they're hiding behind the kids, and then your local police department came over and said, blow up the school and killed all the kids, you wouldn't go, well, they have no moral responsibility because they were using them as human shields. Yeah, as Bill Burr said in his special, you gotta work around that, bro. And like, Hamas is terrible. Nobody's arguing with that. But that doesn't mean there's no responsibility for the people dropping the bomb.
Got it.
And by the way, again, as you don't want to talk about, how about when they're shooting at people trying to get aid? There were no human shields there.
No, I do want to talk about it.
Go look at a picture of Gaza. The human shields does not describe most of what's happened to Gaza. Yes, there are certain instances, and by the way, Israel also has a bunch of military targets in civilian areas. Like, I'm just saying, that doesn't actually mean it's okay to just, now you have a moral get-out-of-jail-free card to do whatever you want to the poor, innocent people who, as you pointed out, are also victims of Hamas.
Josh.
And that's what people are objecting to.
Josh, what is your response to, so I know there was some pushback online, to the shooting at the aid site with food? Is that as Dave is telling it?
Charlie, honestly, I have not spent too much time on the details, but what I can tell you is this. We know for a fact that at least until the recent Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is this U.S. organized NGO distributing aid, we know that prior to the establishment of this, Hamas was pilfering and confiscating a shockingly high percentage of the aid that entered Gaza, sometimes well more than 50%. Because that's what they do. They have a monopoly of use of force in Gaza, and they were essentially just artificially inflating the prices of the actual Gazans' goods and then stealing it all for themselves. That's what Hamas does. It is a deeply corrupt kleptocracy in addition to being a jihadist hellhole. Now, the new aid group, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is a noble and righteous effort that guess who opposes it? Hamas. Hamas are the ones who actually have started indiscriminately shooting, even much more so than whatever anecdote Dave Smith is talking about. Hamas is the one that has actually started indiscriminately shooting at this U.S. perpetuated this U.S. orchestrated new aid distribution organization because Hamas doesn't like the fact that the United States, under Donald Trump, God bless him, has found a way to get around the Hamas monopoly on aid distribution in Gaza.
We are way over time. And so now I want to end with what do we want? Okay, we both are challenging, we're defending, so we got to go fast. Josh, I'm going to start with you. What are you pushing for? What is success? What is the end destination? What are you prescribing? What are you offering? And then Dave, I'll let you do it. And then please don't interrupt.
Charlie, great debate. Thank you for moderating this. So I support the Trump doctrine of foreign policy. I have been a staunch proponent of the Trump doctrine since the Trump doctrine first came into instantiation during the first Trump presidency. The Trump doctrine, again, is neither neoconservative nor isolationist. It is a nationalist, realist, America-first approach to foreign policy that understands three things. One, America's #1 focus this century must be on combating our actual civilizational foe, the Chinese Communist Party. Two, America has declining resources. Three, the way to deal with both those two is to prioritize in non-Indo-Pacific regions of the world allies who are capable of securing and patrolling their neck of the woods in a way that redounds not just to their national interests, but to the American national interests. That in the Middle East is Israel. We've seen that time and time again throughout the Middle East. And again, Charlie, just to drive home this point there, the guy who understands this better than everyone, despite this whole kind of very online debate about what MAGA or America First should think about foreign policy and U.S.'s relations, the guy who understands this the best, as he recently reminded us, is the guy who literally defined the terms, MAGA and America First. To Donald Trump, it is completely commonsensical. It is utterly logical. It flows from first principles that to be America First is to necessarily support tight-knit, close-knit U.S.'s relations. We saw this in the U.S.-Iran war. We saw the B-2 bombers do what they did, and God bless them for dropping those bombs in that 37-hour interval. That would not have been possible were it not for the Israelis laying the groundwork with the Iranian air defenses and Hezbollah the year prior in 2024. It was the Trump doctrine and U.S.-Israel relations at work. So Charlie, my vision is for an independent Israel where we ultimately wind down aid, and for Israel to be the beacon of protecting and securing American interests in the Middle East, just like other countries can then take responsibility in different regions of the world so that America can then focus on China.
Look, I think if you guys are being honest with yourselves, and I do think we should really think about the threats that we really do face here at home, and I'm talking about the Democrats coming back into power. Forget all these made-up threats about other countries that really can't mess with us at all. I don't know if you guys have noticed, and you could say it's a very online debate all you want to. This hasn't been a good month for Donald Trump. His base is really kind of turning on each other, and these are major issues that are dividing his coalition. And this is, J.D. Vance winning in a few years is not a given. You know, like the Democrats are going to come back and offer someone. And if we want to have a chance to keep progress going and to get our country in a better place, what we have to do is reject empire and return to being a republic that we were supposed to be. The United States of America was never supposed to be an empire. We were supposed to be a republic, a constitutional republic, a city on a hill that the world could learn from our example because we do liberty so much better than anybody else does. And we've gotten so far away from that over the years. And like I mentioned at the beginning, look, this is the big point. We're going broke. We can't afford to do this anymore. It shouldn't even be a question of whether we should be giving Israel money or whether we should be giving Ukraine money, as Donald Trump's also decided to do this year. We don't have it. This is like me taking out money on a credit card to lend to my friends so I can act like I'm the big shot who's lending them money. We are destroying our own young people. You, not me. I'm not a young person. I'm fine. I'm in my 40s and I make good money. Your whole generation is getting screwed over by this because we have to devalue our currency in order to keep up with the demands for this spending that we cannot afford. And so the answer is that we need to pull back. We need to focus on America. That's what America First is supposed to be about. sound money, fiscal sanity, and true liberty, true free market capitalism. Not a government that spends $7 trillion a year and a crazy casino system on Wall Street with these incredibly low interest rates where people are making tens of millions of dollars off just, speculating on nonsense. And this is it's the warfare state that drives it. Look, guys, we have spent $20 trillion since the collapse of the Soviet Union. The war in Iraq and Afghanistan are over, and we're looking at our biggest defense budget ever. This is madness, and it will be the death of our country. No Islamist is going to take down our country, but drowning in debt and empire will. That's how great nations fall. And the young Republicans need to reject that. A republic, not an empire, like the great Pat Buchanan said.
I want to just summarize. This was time well spent. Both Dave and Josh agree on some plan to wind down U.S.-Israel aid. That was an agreement, correct? The timeline you could debate about. Number two, they both say every human's made in the image of God, and we should not trivialize when, people are killed. Also, I think we all agreed October 7th was awful. It was terrible, and it should be talked about more, and it needs to be emphasized. We also agree this Jew hate stuff has no place in public discourse, period. End of story. And I don't like it. It's disgusting, and we need to call it out when we see it. And finally, I think the fifth is that I hope we demonstrated, and both our participants got a little lively at times, that this is a debate worth having, that it's better to have this out in the open than silence people and censor them and call them names. Instead, this is how we solve our problems. Give it up for Josh and Dave one last time, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Charlie.
Did we enjoy that, everybody? Was that great? Okay, I just want to thank you guys for a phenomenal event. On your way out, not too late to start a Turning Point USA chapter. Also, take the exit survey. You guys had a survey emailed to you. Take the survey on the way out. And everybody, get involved, get involved, get involved. We are now honored to announce also AmFest coming up in December. Tickets are available. Get your tickets right now. Enjoy this trailer for AmFest. God bless you guys. God bless America. And keep fighting for our country.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.